the roots, he let the beat build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it cheap. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
We live from the boxing section, you dusty ass niggas.
What's going on, man? We live from the boxing section, man. What's going on? We back again with another one like the other one, same super heated. Man, we on this late night boxing talk, man. We back again, where it all started. You know what I'm saying? Dude, we got a fight, man. Great press conference, man. We're getting to July, and it's going down, man, in a major way. Man, I got my dog with me, man. It's been a long time since we last got down the way we want to get down. You know what I'm saying? My boy Santos and the G, what's going on?
What's
You on
happening?
mute? Man, what's going on, man? Talk to me, man. How did you feel about the press conference?
I didn't catch it live. I saw it afterwards, but I thought it was pretty cool. I'm so elated, so happy that this fight is taking place, that it's going down, and to see those two brothers chop it up, talk to each other about what they want to do to each other, but at the same time respect one another. Very, very enthused about it all, man, and I'm very, very much looking forward to being in Vegas watching that fight live and in person. Can't wait.
You already got your tickets?
Man, I had my ticket a few hours after they started selling. And
how much did you pay?
The face pay was $1,005, but after the fees and everything, just shy of $1,200.
Fuck. And where you sitting at?
Section 8, row 21. No. Section 8, row S, seat 21. That is.
How close is that to the floor?
The next level up from the floor.
I might be sitting with you, man. I'm gonna go down there with you. Use your ticket.
Good luck with that. Them prices, at them prices, I don't think nobody gonna be leave them seats empty.
No. I said I'm gonna sit next to you. I'm gonna go down when you go down.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm saying the people that buy those tickets, man. I don't think they're gonna be absent. They might be early. They might be absent early, but when the main event comes, them seats will fill up. Watch. Shit, there's prices on them tickets, boy. I tell you.
What up with the OG though?
Man, we got my boy B-Dub in the building. What's happening?
Man, B-Dub and Santos back, man. It felt like 05 again.
Listen,
what's up?
I gotta get back. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, man. I gotta get
Where
back.
Where you been, Santos? I feel like you ain't been fucking with us lately. You don't like us no more?
I tapped in yesterday for a brief second during the day. Was that yesterday, Cal? Was that the day before? Might have been the day before. But,
we used to talk to you every day, man. And then you got sick, you got divorced, and now you don't know us no more.
No, I know, but sometimes when I come out here, man.
I'm gonna tell you this, Max. The worst thing that happened to this YouTube channel was DJ getting that raise and Santos getting a divorce. I mean, those are the worst things that ever happened to this podcast.
Yeah, it disappeared. There were pillars of this community.
Too, so it's all fucked up.
It's all fucked up. Man, oh man. Hey, I'm glad to see the homie. Oh shit, that's me. Shit, I'm glad to see the homie doing good though. I'll be wondering where you be at, Santos, man. Hey, it's fucking funny actually. I was going through I was cleaning off my phone the other day, cleaning out my phone. I had some screenshots, and one of them was a private chat when Troy Graham, I think, was saying something about fucking you. And I was like, I remember this night. That was that pickle night.
Man, well, nothing like the pickles, man.
Mr. Pickles, bro. Man. Yeah, I was side through that shit, man. But I sat down for about an hour and a half with my younger brother, played back what I played back, just to come to the conclusion that I just want to apologize to absolutely nobody.
Yeah, I know it.
I was not in the wrong, bro. Bitches be tripping.
Phone calls.
But what's up,
my audio out. Yeah, I had a phone call come in and knock my audio out. Man, my dude time couldn't be worse, man.
Okay, play boy.
Yeah, man. When y'all were talking about that Floyd fight, that's when I tapped in that day. And I didn't. You know what's crazy? I didn't even know the fight was real. Well, my brother, I got a brother that lives in Georgia. He had texted me and said something about the fight, and I didn't see it until I woke up. And I was telling, I said, nah, bro. I said, nah, I hadn't seen the fight. I mean, I said I didn't see the fight. I said, but I've seen that Gotti and Mayweather fight several times. I said years ago, over the years, And I thought he was talking about. I thought my brother ain't really a boxing fan. I thought he was watching a rerun of Mayweather and Gotti, Arturo Gotti. So I ain't put nothing into it. I forgot that he was making a fight with John Gotti III. So anyway, when I heard the show, that's when it dawned on me. It was John Gotti III. So I heard Max and the rest of y'all talking about it, and so I went out later that day, that night, and checked it out, man. I saw what happened. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, but yeah, man. It's I wish I had seen it live. I don't know what kept. Did they have any undercard fights on that exhibition show?
Yeah, my boy Coach Bobby had a couple fighters on that card. I'm gonna get him on and have him talk and tell us about what happened. That's what I'm gonna call him tomorrow. As a matter of fact, I'm glad you bring that to my attention, man. We got hey, listen, this is the crew. Hold on, man. This is the real. This is the original Fantastic Four.
Damn, we back, baby. Know. The boys are back in town.
Man,
what's up, DJ?
Don't call it.
Man, are we gonna get a Side Nigga Chronicle tonight, or what's going down?
Oh, we gotta get a Side Nigga Chronicles tonight,
I'm trying to clean my act up a little bit.
What's up, fellas? What's up?
You complain about the side nigga, you know what I'm saying? You can call me side nigga if you want to, though. Hey, man, did y'all speaking of that fight? Did y'all see footage of Jocelyn Hernandez whooping up on this chick?
Oh man, whooped on her. Whooped on her.
Oh.
So I was just telling them yesterday. I was like, I wish these chicks quit grabbing Jocelyn, bro. Like,
Jocelyn, yeah.
Like,
she's not having it, bro.
I'm like, man, how many of these women Jocelyn got to whoop up on before they realize she ain't going?
Man,
she was slapping everybody, boy. She was just kicking people out the lineup.
Yeah.
Do you see how she was turning over that slap when she was slapping the security?
No, I missed that part. She was slapping security. I missed it. Yeah, she caught some charges behind all that stuff the other night, man.
Yeah, she done got out though.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they don't let they got bailed out, but yeah, she definitely caught some charges.
I just saw the footage that this dude recorded when she was whooping the old girl up pretty bad. He was like, man, she won't stop whooping on this girl, man. Somebody stop this, man. But I didn't see the other. I need to go find some more footage on that, man. That's crazy, man. Oh,
Yeah, I don't
hey,
even know. I don't even know the girl she was whooping on. Apparently, she another reality TV star. I don't know her.
I know one thing. She can't defend herself because I ain't see her get no licks in. Hey man, Johnson walking around like I don't told you hoes keep driving.
Hey man, listen, like y'all don't remember what Jocelyn looked like when she was originally on Love and Hip Hop, man. Jocelyn ain't no little girl, bro. Jocelyn put together.
He look like a
Well, you know,
man.
she been fighting for
Yeah,
years, man.
people
Before
thought she
reality
was. People
shows,
used
they
to
going
think
to
she
jail.
was a trans, bro, when they first saw her.
Yeah.
People thought she was trans when they first saw her. It's like, oh, Stevie J, what you doing? That's a dude.
Yeah.
I definitely thought she was a tranny.
Then she messed
Hey,
around and got pregnant. It was like, oh, okay, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yes, got a child.
yeah, man. Oh man, we got Pittsburgh T in the building. Oh, it's definitely it's
Oh,
definitely
night
What's
gang.
up, fellas? What's going on?
Boys are back in
Hey,
town.
did you get the notification or you didn't get the notification, Pittsburgh?
Nah, I got a notification. I got it.
Yeah, I saw that I had a notification that came in earlier before I realized before I told you that.
No, but they ain't really
It came in
been sending them out though.
11:54.
I ain't really been getting no love. I need to figure out what I did because
Yeah, I don't know what you did because sometimes I don't get them until you like 45 minutes into the show. If you hadn't told me that you were live, I wouldn't know.
I was looking for stuff, but I didn't see it
I
at
be
first.
getting my shit.
yeah, man, y'all ain't got that bell icon on, man.
Man, shut up.
It was times. What's up with it?
Those
They
times in
ain't
the
need
chat.
they ain't need to jump nothing.
So, Cinto, Pittsburgh, y'all see the press conference today? I hadn't seen all of it.
I saw a recording of it. I got to go back and check some stuff out because I was actually in the shower when I heard it playing.
Yeah, I've seen bits and pieces of it. I mean, it's interesting. It's good for them to talk a little bit. We
I'm
do
gonna tell you
need to be
something.
more often.
I'm gonna tell you what I got from it though. Part of what I got from it, not all of it, but part of what I got from it. Terrence was trying to be a class act gentleman. When they asked one of the persons asked them, was it hard to make this fight or something like that, why it took so long or something like that. Terrence said, yeah, but the main thing is we here now, we got it worked out, and we having this fight for you guys now. He didn't elaborate about, now like he did on ESPN, he did touch on a little bit on when he was talking with Stephen A. But he didn't do that in the press conference. I don't know if y'all noticed that or not.
Yeah, but neither one of them talked about why it took so long. They both of them kind of
Right.
decided that
I mean,
they're not going to touch on that.
Well, you can't expect Spencer to talk about it because it was his team that was kind of holding everything up. Let me tell you something. If these guys had never got on the phone, talked to each other, this fight still wouldn't be happening. They had to move each other's team out of the way to make this fight happen.
I don't agree with you with that, Santos. But I mean,
I know you don't.
They both agreed. They both agreed not to talk.
Still in the trance.
Not to talk about it.
You're still in the trance.
No, I ain't in no trance. Like I'm not in the trance.
The
It's
reality
not like you making personal. It was his fault, bro. If he ain't got no promoter and he ain't got no manager and it's him and the other guy got all these obstacles, who is it? Whose fault is it?
He still don't. And the fight happened. So what you saying? He still don't have those people. He got an attorney.
Right. So what's the difference? So what's the difference?
And that's it.
So it's different. So it's different.
He's still running shows.
He didn't go for that whole shit in the beginning, and he got what he wanted.
Him and Earl
Right.
Okay. It took for the two of them to talk to each other to put this fight together. Period.
Man, they tried to hold him with that first offer.
But wait a minute. You guys say that Earl got all these obstacles. So what difference do it make if we talk to Earl or not?
Earl wasn't doing that before. He had to deal with Al Heyman at first.
Hey, just like
Right,
Al
but you guys
Heyman,
always say Al Heyman is the problem. So why? What difference do it make if we talk to
It's
hey,
us?
not. He got him out the way.
just like Al Heyman got exposed for not letting him know about the Saudi deal. He denied the deal before without even letting Spence know that there was a deal on the table from Saudis.
What Saudi deal? What are you talking about?
That
That's
$50
just
million that
that's
Bud was talking about was the Saudis, the same niggas that signed
no, it
fucking
wasn't.
Usyk. Yes, it was.
Nobody
It's
never
already been
said that.
confirmed.
By who?
All right, bet.
By who?
What's his name?
Who
The dude that's
confirmed
fucking with
that?
the Saudis. Because the rumor
confirmed
was
that?
the Saudis were trying to cash out and do Usyk, Fury, Wilder, Joshua, and Bud Crawford on the same card.
That's a rumor, Max. That's never been confirmed, bro.
Hey,
That's what you guys are running off
hey,
of rumors.
hey, one thing I don't doubt is Saudi money.
But that doesn't mean that they're paying for that, bro. That's like just because you in partnership with people don't mean that they're gonna pay for that. Just because I got the money don't mean I'm gonna pay for that. Like,
that could be said for anybody.
I mean,
that could be said for anybody.
Right, but that's what you're doing. You're not confirming anything. That's rumorville, bro.
But Pittsburgh, they've been paying for everything else.
Saudis
Bud confirmed it.
Canelo and your boy fight, Badu's fight together. The Saudis ain't playing out here. They try to get.
Yeah, but that ain't got nothing to do with that fight, bro. Like, you guys are talking about all this other stuff that ain't got nothing to do. Nothing of that stuff is all rumors. That's got nothing to do with this particular fight.
Okay,
nothing.
Let's talk about that fight. I can't understand. I'm glad we get the fight, first of all, but it has come to fruition into our. Hold on. I got past the truck right now. Hold on.
What I will say though is the Saudis are making there's an investment group in Saudi Arabia and they have over $1 trillion to burn because they are creating soccer teams and they are poaching whether it's Premier League, La Liga players. They are going after them. They were what was the deal that they were trying to offer Messi? Like, they offered Messi an astronomical amount of money, and he turned it down. They offered, I think they already got Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yep.
And they got another French player. They offered him the bag. I think he's making more than an entire NFL team. Just him by himself on a 2-year deal.
They even bypassed the laws for Cristiano Ronaldo to live with his girl, even though he's not married.
Oh yeah, they got money, but that still doesn't mean that was because remember Bud said it was a hedge fund. That's what Bud was saying. Like, all this stuff is rumorville and none of it makes any sense. Well, like, just because somebody has money doesn't mean that they offered that particular offerment for that particular fight. Like, the Saudis always gonna have money because they got those oil reserves. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, I'm not saying that part is true, Pittsburgh, about Bud and Spence, but what I am saying is there's an investment group of Saudis with this fucking oil money that are taking over sports. They just stopped them from taking over golf because they were trying to buy a bunch of players.
Oh, but they didn't stop
from the PGA Tour. And telling them, hey, look, come play on.
They took over already.
Hey, they made it happen.
No, they merged.
They made it.
They merged because the PGA started bitching.
They were taking a lot of their players. They made that happen.
Yeah. The PGA started bitching about how they were taking their players, and they ended up having a merger. So
yeah, they merged.
I'm not saying that it wasn't true, but I can believe it if it was.
I mean, but that don't jive with a hedge fund though. Like, a hedge fund and the Saudis are two completely different things.
Forget the hedge fund.
That's not the same thing.
Basically, what I was talking about is the fact that Crawford did on when Stephen A. gave that short interview between those two fighters. Crawford did say, mention how tough the opposition team made it to put that fight together.
But Cento,
he did mention that.
But Cento, I can, even if that is true, right? I can understand why they wouldn't do that, because why would we want to have this fight in Saudi Arabia?
No, I'm not talking about Saudi Arabia. He was talking about how hard it was to make the fight happen. by
Yeah,
negotiating
both
with
of them said it
Steve
was hard.
McCarthy.
I mean,
Yeah,
because Spence did an interview and was like, yeah, all the demands that his team was making
yeah,
made
he
this
did,
fight
but
even
he did
harder
that.
to make.
That's true, but he did that afterwards. He didn't do
For
it.
the
He
record,
didn't do
Steven
it.
Steven Espinoza said it also that the Saudis did make an offer.
When
Yeah,
did he
but
say that,
like I
Max?
said, like ain't no
When did he
way
say
that they
that?
were gonna have this fight in Saudi Arabia. That wasn't happening.
Yeah, yeah, and
So
then on top of
they were gonna make it work. They were gonna make it work
even
because this fight was
e-
not going to Saudi Arabia.
Bro.
My argument,
even
my
if what you
argument has
say is
nothing to
true,
do
why
if
would
it
they
could
do
happen or
that?
not. My argument is they never told Spence about the offer. I'm not saying it was a good offer, bad offer, it works, doesn't work.
But
I said they
that
didn't
wasn't
inform
true though,
Spence of it.
Max, even if that was true, let's just say, for sake of argument, that you're correct, which I do not believe not 1 ounce of what, because he said it was a hedge fund. That is not what the Saudis are. They're not a hedge fund. So that dispels out of Crawford's mouth. He said it was a hedge fund. So even if what you say is true, why in the world would PBC and Showtime be interested in letting somebody else front the money and put up the money and take most of the bag? Why would they do that? That doesn't even make any sense.
Well, let's.
I'm not talking about if it makes sense or not. I'm just saying they never told Spence about it. That's my only point. I'm not talking about anything else adding on to that.
Let me add this in.
Nah, but that's silliness,
it's a
man.
possibility.
That's silliness.
Is it possible that an investment group to a homie from the hood who doesn't have a business degree may refer to an investment group as a hedge fund because he don't know the difference? Is that possible?
Yeah, he used the wrong wording or some shit. Now it just never happened.
Wait a minute. So a hedge fund and the Saudis, that doesn't sound the same, man. Like the hedge fund and the Saudis is two different things. He's actually partnered with some. He's got some hedge funds that help him with some offline shit that he's partnered with, because he should know the difference. That's not that he's not ignorant of that.
No, he probably didn't know if they were hedge funds. No,
he should know the difference, even though he's never handled his business in his whole career.
He never wanted to name the source. And I'm gonna tell you something. I don't think he was lying because he told Spence about it. And Spence agreed that he told him about it. So why would he lie? He ain't lied to him all this time.
Spence said he never knew where the money came from. He also said he didn't know where the money came from.
I'm not saying he told him where the money came from. He just told him about the $25 million that they could have got each from an investment group, hedge fund, whatever you want to call it.
Man, if y'all want to believe that, that's cool. I don't believe that for other various reasons.
Because sounds believable.
That's cool.
It sounds believable, especially when they're out here doing what they're doing. They're buying shit.
But that's not a hedge fund. Wait. But let me say
you're hung up on the word hedge fund. Like you're hung up on one word instead of the whole.
But I don't think you guys are like a hedge fund. The whole principle of a hedge fund is they're hedging. When they buy a stock, they also short the stock because they're hedging both sides of that bet. They don't. But wait a minute. I heard what y'all said. Nope. Wait. Hear me out. No. Because a hedge fund is not one individual person. They have a group. It's other people's money, so they have to hedge money. They just can't put money out there. They can't just put money out there on one side. So they're always hedging the other side of that. There will be an impossibility for them to hedge the other side of that to guarantee that they will get their money back for the people that are in the fund if they just put money out for an event. There's no guarantee of that. There's no way for them to hedge that. So it don't make sense.
You know that, and a few other select people know that, but a nigga who been shot in the head from shooting dice, he ain't thinking about all that bull crap. He thinking about the fact that here's some group of people over here with some money they want to invest in a fight that he's involved with. He ain't considering the 9 times out of 10, he's not considering the fundamental definition of hedge fund versus an investment group. He ain't thinking about that bull crap. He think, hey man, I got some folks I'm talking to, man. They want to give us $25 million each. He ain't thinking about all that bull crap, man. That's just select people that are very fundamental of business that's going to be speaking in that aspect about the differences between the hedge fund.
But it doesn't make sense for a business to do it, though.
Man,
that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what he knows or what you know. Like it doesn't matter. It doesn't make any sense.
And it didn't make sense for Crawford not to have no fucking guarantee either. So like, we're not talking about what makes sense. We're just saying that these offers were out there and the fighter didn't know nothing about it. I'm not even saying that that's the same offer Bud's talking about, because Steven Espinoza was the one that mentioned the Saudis. Steven Espinoza mentioned the Saudis offered 30 to 40 million for the fight, but it wouldn't work. and so they never told
30 to
Spence.
40 ain't 50. That's even different than that's what I'm saying.
That's
Like you
two
guys
different
run off of
offers. I'm not even
that's
saying
a
it's the
whole
same offer.
different
It could have
thing.
been a
Hey, are
different
you
group.
on the PBC roster? Are you getting paid for them
I'm just
dudes?
not believing. I don't believe BS, bro. I don't just run off rumors of people just saying stuff that doesn't make any sense. That's what you guys doing.
Let me ask you this: do you believe this fight is happening?
Well, of course the fight is happening. Of course it's happening.
Okay, then all that stuff is irrelevant. It don't matter.
Yeah, because what you guys are saying, you guys want to believe something that's based off of business. Wait, you guys want to drag me into a business conversation. Then, nope, you want to drag me into a business conversation. Then when I show you how it doesn't make any sense, we want to flip into something else.
What's the business conversation? We want to ask for no
because we're talking about a hedge fund, bro. What is a hedge fund?
Pittsburgh, the argument wasn't if it made sense or not. The argument was there was an offer. That's it.
Why would a hedge fund do that? They don't even like that. The person that runs the hedge fund has a fiduciary duty not to do that. That's what you guys don't understand. They just can't run around throwing money around like that.
Pittsburgh, that's not the argument. The argument is I brought up is the fact that I feel that PBC did uphold this fight. Held this fight up. That's what the argument is. Forget all that old fiduciary and the business terms. All that. Ain't nobody thinking about. We hood niggas talking about boxing. We ain't thinking about all that bull crap. We ain't in class right now. We talking about the fact that one team prevented this fight. That was my argument. That's all I'm talking about. I don't care if it was a hedge fund or investment group or fiduciary responsibilities or technical term. None of that bull crap. That doesn't matter right now. We ain't trying to. It ain't business one-on-one. This is boxing. And we talking about the fight that we're getting. I was just mentioning that I believe that, like I believed in the beginning, that it was PBC that was holding this fight up because I heard what I heard in New York last October when I was up there. Because I was waiting on that fight to happen. That's why I ended up going to Nebraska to watch him fight under the Black Pride. Because I was going to support my man.
You did take your ass to Nebraska, didn't you?
I sure did. So I never believed that. I never believed that 1 minute that he pulled out that fight just because of that fight. He before we heard about Black Pride, we were already given the information that fight with him and Spence was not happening last year.
Or when he pulled out of the fight, like regardless of his reason, it was two people. It was two people negotiating. One guy got up from the table. We know who the guy is.
I don't give a blip.
I know you don't, because you can't defend that.
Look here, he got his bag.
Okay, that's cool.
I ain't mad at him. He got him a bag before the end of the year. If Spence didn't get him a bag before the end of the year, that's on him.
What that got to do with them negotiating, bro?
No one's gonna make me believe that he did anything wrong by going getting that. But even Spence said he didn't do anything wrong. He just felt like he wanted to know up front, before. But he said he it's okay.
He didn't tell him anything. That's the problem. He just jumped up from the table, left, didn't say anything. Like even what you're saying doesn't make any sense.
I don't blame him. I would have said nothing. He didn't mention it until after he knew for sure that him and Spence wasn't fighting last year. That's when he mentioned it.
That still don't make no sense, Santos. But I mean, if that's what you want to believe, bro, that's cool.
Yeah. I mean, PBC had told him that he'll be fighting in the beginning of this year, so that wasn't true either.
When did they start negotiating, Max? When they initially started negotiating, that's what their plans were. How long were the negotiations, Max?
Nah, wait. Are we gonna forget that Spence said he's fighting November regardless?
Nah, I mean, when did they start negotiating? Now, when they ended, when did they start?
I don't know.
I'm gonna tell you, I can't believe we having this argument.
Wow,
man. I mean,
because you guys are just saying stuff that don't make sense, man. We got the
PBC held the fight up. That makes sense.
I'm gonna tell you something, man. One thing I don't do, I want if it's Terrence Crawford fault and I can see clearly beyond the clouds of that, I would say it. I'm a fan of boxing first. I ain't gonna be caping for no team. Period. I'm gonna tell it like I see it. Now, if I'm wrong and somebody show me that I'm wrong, then I'll say, yep, I see what you're saying now. But ain't nobody showed me any different than what I've been believing since last year. About this
bro, it's two people. If we both negotiating and I jump up from the table and walk off, no matter what you offer, we're negotiating. Who ended negotiations? Whose fault is that?
The negotiation was over in Pittsburgh because they were not fighting last year.
Well, if you give me a bullshit offer and that's why I walked away, then it's really your fault for giving me a bullshit offer.
Oh, okay. So did I say last and final offer? Here you go, Max. Take it or leave it. Or are we negotiating?
Ain't no
Like the
last and final
principle
offer.
of
We not fighting.
negotiation is the principle of
If they tell,
negotiation is I send you something, you correct it, or you send it back. I don't just send you a paper and you send me unless I say last and final offer, take it and leave it. I think that's where you guys are missing this.
no,
Like, so you think they sent the one contract over the whole time? They sent the one offer? Like, stop it, man.
If
Like, you guys want to have business conversations until they start not making any sense.
When we start these negotiations, you tell me we fighting before the end of the year, and I'm trusting in what we're talking about. That's what
right, because we start negotiating in April.
But then when you tell me, hold on, then when you tell me that we're not fighting this year, that means I'm not making any money this year.
Centos, if we start negotiating in April and now we're in November, October, how are we going to have a fight?
We ain't making no money this year. I'm going to get that
right.
bag, period.
Oh my God! So he was negotiating against himself, so you got Spence team and you got Crawford team. Both of them have to agree, bro.
You ever heard of a bird in the hand beats two in the bush?
Facts.
Or ace in the hole? It's always
like
Canelo's always outweighing his options. He has this offer over here. He has this offer over here. He has that offer over there.
Right, because nobody's gonna be able to negotiate anywhere. They're gonna have to take it or leave it with Canelo. There's no real negotiations. That's a take it or leave it offer when they go to Canelo.
Crawford left. He came back.
Okay, now that we pass all that, how you feel about this situation now?
Oh, I'm excited for the fight. I mean, the fight itself, I can't wait to the actual fight. It's only $84 too. That's what I've been told.
Yeah, I saw that today. It's only gonna be $85 too. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a good price. Yeah, $85.
It's gonna be free for me.
$85. Yeah.
$85, $100.
That ain't nothing.
That fight was gonna sell regardless. I've been telling y'all for long. This is a super fight. This ain't just no regular. This is a mega super fight. This ain't. This is for the world to see. This ain't just for the United States. This is worldwide.
I don't know about that part.
I'm gonna probably go. I'm gonna probably go to the theater this time.
You'll see.
I'm probably go watch the theaters. I don't think I want to watch this at a fight party because niggas ain't gonna shut up. Everybody gonna be drunk.
They ain't gonna be quiet either. You forget that.
Man, I'm gonna probably go to
that fight. Come on, them niggas gonna be good and drunk. The Migos gonna be drunk as a skunk.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna be trying to watch because I'm gonna be trying to watch the undercard. Then I don't give a fuck, man. What Spencer Crawford fight?
Man, look here.
I kind of don't care about this undercard for real because I think the only person I know right now, LW, if you listen to help me out. Only person I know right now on the undercard is Jesus Ramos. I know I got the undercard somewhere saved in my phone, but I ain't going back to look. That's the only person I know for sure is on this undercard.
Yeah, I ain't even. You know what? I ain't even checked on none of that. I just know what I'm paying for that fight. And what
yeah. We paying $85 for one fight. Absolutely.
Hey, but that ain't that bad because you can go get a dinner with your lady and you'll spend $100, man. And you sit there for an hour, you get up and go. That ain't nothing in this economy.
And mix, bro. Poirier and Gaethje too the same night, man. So we'll be paying for that one too.
Nope, I'm getting everything for free.
Man, pay for these fights, man.
You gonna have a hard time with
that.
Nah,
you ain't like, hey, what I say before? You're not gonna give me blue balls for 5 years and expect me to make you nut when we finally fuck. No.
Hey, look, we was in separate relationships. So now that we ain't got to cheat on each other, like, let's get our act together.
No, they played the fans for too long for me to want to cash out, and the undercard's trash.
Hey, but you really paying for the main event though. That's it. The undercards are just a bonus, man.
I mean, that's just how it go though. Like if the main event,
Mayweather always had like at least a cool co-main. He had Canelo on his shit. He's had Thurman on. He's had a lot of like some named dudes at least as the co-main. Maybe not the whole card.
Man, don't nobody care about no undercards, to be honest with you like that.
Man. And that's back when he was on HBO and they was doing it differently and streaming wasn't as big. So, it wasn't as many people still in the fight. So it is what it is.
At this point, if you're gonna buy it, you're gonna buy it. You're not holding out to buy the fight to see what's on the undercard. That's not gonna be a reason for you not to buy it. If you're gonna buy it, you're gonna buy it.
Yeah. And if you ain't gonna buy it, then you ain't gonna buy it.
And good luck to you, because that's gonna be a hell of a time trying to get that on them strings. They're gonna be working to chop them shit down.
Oh yeah. It seemed like a bunch of Mayweather fights, boy. You can get the first couple rounds and they clipping it.
Yeah, they're working.
Oh shit, got hurt without another one.
Yeah, they work to chop them bitches. It ain't a whole lot of them no more. Like back when initially when Mayweather and them was fighting, it used to be like 30 of them things in strings. Now you probably got like, maybe 5, anywhere from 5 to 10. And they start, like you should say, as it keeps going, it starts to get less and less and less. They get chopped down more and more and more.
Yeah. But me and Mex was talking earlier about the pass Canelo getting for potentially not fighting David Benavidez. And we were just saying how much we agree on how it seems like the rules change whenever his name comes up. Right? It's anytime, and the point I brought up earlier was it seemed like anytime it get too hot in his division or the heat get too hot in his division, he always moves out the division. We saw it happen at 54 with Andrade. We saw it happen at 60 with Andrade and Charlo. And now we're seeing it happen at 68 with Benavidez, Morrell, and Demetrius Andrade again. So now we're hearing these rumors about him possibly fighting Badou Jack, possibly going up to cruiserweight to take that ass whooping from Badou Jack. Instead of fighting David Benavidez in September. Like, I think he's getting a colossal pass. People keep saying, oh man, he's getting shout out to Canelo for getting his bag. Go get that Saudi money. Man, look, dog. I have no problem with him getting his money and going to fight Badou Jack. Drop the belts. Because you're holding an entire division hostage.
Yeah, I don't mind a man getting his money, but I'm like you, DJ.
Yeah, but I think the Benavidez.
He running from that fade.
But was Benavidez before he blew dirty or after he blew dirty when he was trying to make that fight, DJ, with the whole coat thing? That was before or after? You remember?
You mean before Benavidez lost his belts?
Yeah.
That was, but Canelo was still at 160 then. Canelo was still at 160. He didn't decide to campaign at 168 until David Benavidez popped dirty. Yeah. And not popped dirty, but had failed that drug test and then missed weight. Because you remember, he was the first fight coming back from COVID and he missed weight and lost his belt again. So after that happened, and if you really want to dig deeper, after what's my man name? Zurdo, after Zurdo Ramirez had moved up and vacated and David Benavidez lost his belts on the scale and failed the drug test. You know what? 168 kind of sweet right now. Let me go ahead and go up there and get away from Demetrius Andrade, who on my fucking bumper.
Yeah, exactly. He said he but a bunch of white boys up at 168.
Yeah, but I think by the fact of him blowing dirty, he set himself up for that, man. Like he let him like if you know a dude going to do the move, and you know if you go left, he going to do the move, and you go left, that's on you, bro. He shouldn't have went left.
No, he probably didn't. He probably didn't situation. Know. Yeah, he probably didn't know. And I said this earlier to Pittsburgh.
Like that situation, like he done did it a whole bunch of times where there was no excuse for the foolishness. But in this particular situation, the dude went left and he did the move. So I mean, he shouldn't have went left.
But what I'm gonna say to that, Pittsburgh, is David Benavidez has done more than enough to earn another opportunity at fighting for the title.
But you know,
he's done more than enough.
But you know, DJ, we can agree that Canelo is a contract bully, right? He gonna put the stipulations in there. He gonna do all that, and all these dudes gonna be like, cool, because it's their biggest payday, and he know that. So you know you ain't fighting fair with that dude, man. Any angle he can get with you, he gonna get with you. So you need to be right. Like you can't, you just certain things, like you can make a mistake, but there's a cost to it. And everything costs different. When you do certain shit, that's what it costs. So I mean, whatever. I don't really feel no kind of way towards that. He should have never blew dirty.
Oh, you talking about Benavidez?
Yeah, Benavidez situation. Now all the other shit that Canelo did, that's a different shit.
I mean, I'm of the mind that it wouldn't have mattered anyway. I don't think he would have ever fought him.
He probably wouldn't have. No, he probably wouldn't have. But he gave him the out, though. That's what I'm saying. He gave them the out.
He ain't got no out, bro. That was like 3 years ago.
Let's back up for a minute. When Benavidez, when they found cocaine in his system, that fight wasn't even on the table with him and Canelo. So that we can't say he blew dirt and that's why he didn't get the fight. That didn't have nothing to do with that. That wasn't even discussed at that time. Canelo's not in that weight division, like DJ was saying. He didn't think about that weight division till I think David Vitt. I don't even think it was the cocaine issue that kept that made Canelo go up. I think it was after he lost on the scales for being overweight. I think
after Zurdo Ramirez moved up and vacated. After Zurdo Ramirez moved up and vacated, and David lost his belt on the scale, being the first fighter back from COVID, like he saw an opportunity and he seized it. And I always say, through no fault of his own, he got to go undisputed without having to fight the best fighter in that division. And now here it is 3 years later, we're asking him to fight the best fighter in the division. Nah, you know what? I think I'll just fight John Ryder, or I think I'll go fight Badu Jack, or maybe wait and see what Edgar Berlanga looks like. Or maybe I'll just take he's not into, it just seems like he's not into taking fights where he can actually lose something. Like if he goes up there and gets beaten by Bivol again, like what did he really lose? Like, oh man, he just trying to be great, get another title at that division. And if he goes up and gets beat by Badu Jack, he tried to go up to cruiserweight and be great, man. He went and got some money. He's gonna beat Berlanga. Berlanga's gonna be there for him to hit. Berlanga hasn't looked good in his last 3 performances. So they're waiting on him to knock out Quigley, a guy who Demetrius Andrade knocked out in 2 rounds, right? They're waiting on him to look good. I'm using air quotes right now. Y'all can't see me. They're waiting on him to look good against Quigley before they make a determination. Why is it taking so long? You have the clear-cut #1 guy in your division on your bumper, calling you out, saying, I want to fight you. And yet his name does not come up when we start talking about these fights getting made. And what really aggravates me, Pittsburgh, is that you got Canelo's fans, his hardcore stands is what, and I hate this term, but I'm gonna use it right now. His fanboys and fangirls will excuse that and say, oh, David Benavidez is ducking because his promoter just came out and said he's fighting Morrell. When just 2 years ago, Canelo told these guys, go fight each other. I'm busy. How long are you going to expect these guys to keep fighting each other with nothing on the line? They're not going to keep fighting each other with no belts on the line. They want to enhance their legacy too. David Morrell wants to enhance his legacy, even though he already has a belt. David Benavidez wants to enhance his legacy. Demetrius Andrade, Christian and Billy, there's guys in that division that want to enhance their legacy, and they can't do that because some entitled he's being entitled right now and being pampered and catered to and I don't understand why, because anytime the heat in his division gets hot, he moves up and down in weight to avoid them fights. All I'm saying is it's cool. I don't care that you're doing that. Just drop the belt so these guys can fight for the belts, man.
Oh, but that's the sanctioning. That's, remember, to me, like the whole thing with Canelo, once he got that power with that franchise belt and the way that Suleiman let him maneuver around, that was it. It was over after that. He was too empowered after that. Like once he got that kind of power, it's over, man. Like what can a regular fighter do when you got that kind of power to that?
Yeah.
And when you give somebody that kind of power, what do you like? Power is a weird thing when people get it. Everybody can't handle that kind of stuff, man. They're gonna take the easy route when they can. Why would they take the resistance when they don't have to? And he's clearly not being forced to. He don't have to. He's got the sanctioning bodies telling him just do what you want to do, as long as you pay our fee. It's cool. We'll hold the belt for you. We're gonna keep it right over here. We're gonna set it down and dust it off for you. To be here when you get back. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but and you know what? But the only issue I got with that is you can't keep telling these guys to fight each other and do this and do that, and then the fans will get up there and they're like, "Well, how many champions has Demetrius Andrade beat?" Well, I remember when he was at 160 and he was trying to fight all the champions, and they weren't trying to hear that. So when these guys don't have an opportunity to fight for the championship, you can't then say how many champions have they beat or what belt has he won, how many division champion is he, when you got one guy in particular that y'all are allowing to move up into two different weight classes while he's still a champion and won't fight the best guy in that division. And I don't, for the life of me, I don't understand why people don't hold him to that standard. I guess maybe because he got to fight a few legends on their way out the door. Like he got to fight Cotto on the way out the door. He got to fight Mayweather, even though he lost. He got to fight Shane Mosley, beat up on Junior's son, even though Junior's not a legend in my opinion. He got to beat up on a few names on their way out the door, and he made his name off of that. And all of a sudden, he's just I don't understand why they don't hold him to that standard. I hold everybody to the same standard.
They don't, because he's hiding behind the business of boxing. The business of boxing sees him as the face of boxing, the biggest return on investment in boxing. So they let him flow how he wants to. And that's sad because it's not fair to other fighters. That's what they allow him to do, because he does generate revenues. No ifs, ands, buts about it, but they let him call his own shots. He'll tell you real quick himself in several different interviews. They do what they want to do. That's what he says, because they've given him that green light to do what he wants to do. The business of boxing had the networks, the promotion companies, and etc. And I think it's a bunch of bull, because it cheats not only the fighters who want to fight for those championship belts that we're speaking of, but it also cheats the sport of boxing, and it cheats the fans of boxing. So it's just what it is. That's your business of boxing at work right there.
Yeah, but that dude, the way he moves, he's the only person able to move like that. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, he was a shout out to All Positive. He said it happened at 175 too, because after he won the belts there, he didn't want no part of Beterbiev. And Beterbiev and Bivol. Beterbiev and Bivol were both coming along, and he didn't want no parts of them. Well, eventually he got his parts of Bivol, and we see why. So, yeah, man, but he can move the way he's moving, but fans can't have it both ways. That's where my issue comes in. Like, you can't have it both ways. You can't act like people are ducking him once or clout chasing him once it's been seen that he's not going to fight them, and David Benavidez is actually moving on with his career, fighting good guys. Like, you can't then say somebody's ducking him. It's like all that clout chasing they was doing, and they really didn't want to fight. They just trying to use Canelo's name. No. We see that Canelo isn't going to fight us, because anytime these rumors come out, nobody's bringing up our name. So you know what? We're going to go fight somebody else. We're going to go fight the other number one guy in the division.
I mean, but Lomachenko would have did the same thing if he could have. It just didn't work out for him like that. He was trying to do it. He's trying to maneuver that same kind of way. I mean, Canelo's been the only person to successfully pull that off and maneuver and get those wins and really do some really good cherry picking. So, I mean, you see other dudes try to do it. They just haven't been successful at doing it. Because Lomachenko would have never fought Haney if he wouldn't have lost. If he would have lost those belts, that fight never would have fucking happened.
No, he would have never fought Haney.
Hell no. Never happened.
He would have never fought Haney.
No. So, I mean,
because he was already, even if he'd have beat Teofimo, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. Even if he'd have beat Teofimo, what reason at that point he already the best thing since sliced bread, right? Why should I have to fight some young kid? I'll go back down. I'll go fight somebody. I'll go fight you know what? Who's down there at 122? Y'all want to come up at 135 and fight me?
Hey,
So
you notice that that conversation about robbery is almost dissipated.
right,
Everybody
because
went back and watched that fight.
people actually
They
went back
see,
and watched the fight.
yeah. I didn't see a robbery in the first place, but when I went back and watched it, I saw Haney winning even more emphatically.
Right. Devin Haney won that fight, man.
Absolutely, I felt it
For
the
some
first time.
reason people don't like Devin. I don't know why, but it's just something about his personality people don't fuck with.
But
They don't like his father too. I mean, they don't like his father, and that comment about him not losing to a white boy. That's what they're gonna tell you. That's
Man, that's
essentially
a
the key.
traditional comment throughout the time that will be said again.
I ain't saying it's right, Max. I'm just telling you the nonsense that some of these
I don't
dudes
see
are
nothing
saying.
wrong with it.
Yeah,
It's
me
all
neither.
context. That's how motherfuckers be talking, bro, out here. Just same shit. I ain't gonna let a white boy dunk on me or cross me up. It's regular shit. It's not racist or offensive. It's just culture.
And he apologized for the shit. Unlike T.O., who didn't
He
apologize for
shouldn't
none
have.
of the bullshit that he said. He didn't give a fuck. I mean, he did though. But
I don't think he deserves it. I don't think I mean, I'm not mad with what T.O. said either. Just because
that's
that's how he
completely
feels.
different,
That's
bro.
how he feels. You know, like.
But Max, that's completely different, bro. Like this
He
guy
didn't say
talking about a
anything
fighter.
racist though.
Max, the guy said he's telling a network, right? You're
He said
telling
if they want to keep the black fighters, they can have them. I'm out.
But who's the they? He's talking to ESPN, right? He ain't call out
Top
none
rank.
executive. He didn't call out nobody at Top Rank, but you calling out employees like you. Like so you wanted to do that. That was intentional. Like, why would you do? What the fuck did that have to do with your beef or your gripe?
I'm because this is what I got from it, right? I feel like he feels that they've been under promoting him. He feels like since he's accomplished everything he's accomplished, and he's not getting his back rubbed in these promos the same way that Devin Haney and because remember Devin Haney's his rival, right? And you saw the commercials and stuff that Devin Haney and Lomachenko were getting, and all the love that Shakur is getting, and Keyshawn Davis, and all these other guys that are pretty much his contemporaries. He don't feel like he's getting that kind of love. You know what I mean? Even though he took one loss, and all of a sudden he's not getting that kind of love anymore. So I understood where he was coming from. Didn't agree with the statement, but I understand where he's coming from. He don't feel like he getting that kind of love that Shakur and Devin and Keyshawn and all these other guys are getting.
But he specifically said black fighters as though black fighters are in charge of anything over there. That's where it just gets silly.
What he said was y'all can keep the black fighters out.
Exactly.
Like so he just feels like the black fighters are being promoted a lot more than him.
Yeah.
And I understand where he's coming from. I don't agree with him saying that, but I understand where he's coming from.
What's true?
What he needed, the reality.
I'm not saying it is true. I'm just saying I understand where he's coming from.
I mean, it could just be a coincidence. I think ever since that Bud Crawford shit came up, Bob Arum made a point to try to push the black fighters harder. Shakur got the Valdez fight all of a sudden.
That's not true, bro.
Yeah, I'm just saying it could be coincidence.
Like
maybe
Lomachenko lost. Lomachenko lost. It was Lomachenko.
I'm not talking about none of Lomachenko. I'm not talking about Lomachenko. I never mentioned Lomachenko, but
I'm telling. We'll make a context
of this. Tell me what I'm talking about then. Go ahead.
Lomachenko would not have lost. He would be at the front of every Top Rank Billboard promotion. Him and Tyson Fury would be up there. They were only promoting Devin Haney because he was fighting Lomachenko. That's it. That's not.
I didn't even mention Devin Haney. I don't like you're talking about shit I didn't even talk about. I didn't mention any of the people you just mentioned. I said specifically Shakur got Valdez fight after asking for almost 2-3 years for that fight. He got it automatically. If you go out with a lot of the prospects other than Xander Zayas, you got Keyshawn, you got Big Baby, you got Troy Isley, you got Shushu. All these dudes are on like every other top ranked card. Like
Abdullah Mason.
And Teal really hasn't gotten a push. Like, no one cared about none of the fights at 140. He didn't get no push from that. The one we went to in Vegas, I mean, I understand his opponents weren't shit, but he didn't really get a push. He didn't get a push against Sandor Martin, really. And even this fight with Taylor was under promoted like a motherfucker.
But that's a lot of promotions, bro. That's like the Victim Olympics, man. Like,
okay, we're not
that's like
talking
you
about a
work
lot
at
of
the
promotions
job.
though. We're specific.
No,
I'm saying,
but
put
that's like
yourself
if
in
we're at
CEO's
a
shoes. I
job.
can see why he sees things the way he
No, I
does.
don't. Because if we're employees and my boss decided to give you a new truck and I don't have a new truck and I'm pissed off at you and you're not the one that's cutting the
But you've
check,
been
what
there
fucking
longer and
sense do that
accomplished
make?
more.
That doesn't matter. We're both employees. Like
But
that,
you've
the
been there.
fair is where
You've
they
been
sell
there
cotton
longer and
candy.
accomplished more,
There ain't
though.
no such place as fair, bro. That's where they sell cotton candy and popcorn and shit, man. That's not how business work. I think it's just like this ain't the business doesn't act fair, man. I think that's what you guys are missing with this. And
Must
his
be
comments
coincidence.
fall short. Well, like, where's business work fair at? Show me where's an example of a fair business. Name one.
When you do good business, it can be fair.
Okay, but where's your example?
I can't talk about my examples.
I'm saying, where's the business of a fair business? Because it don't exist nowhere.
What do you mean? What do you mean by fair business? You don't think you can do good, honest business with people, and then not fuck no one over, or not treat people differently, or not have issues?
So when we say fair, or you're being basically when people say they're being mistreated, you're saying you're not being treated fairly, right? So if you go name a business where people are happy, where they are feeling like they're not being mistreated, name a business where that exists, where the employees are saying that their boss, whoever the fuck is in charge of them, is treating them fairly. Name one.
I mean, Google has a pretty good account. Tesla has a decent account.
No, they don't. Tesla just got a lawsuit with the EEOC from a black person for like $100 million. They got reduced
one person
to 20.
out of how many employees?
No, it was one person that started it, and it was more people that attached to it with some racist shit. So there's
but how many employees?
Max,
but I'm saying to make okay, but if you're just gonna find an outlier, and if your argument is 100% of every employee is not happy, then it's not fair. Then of course, then nothing's fair. But if you're saying okay, out of 100,000 employees, 400 of them are pissed off, I mean that's still a small ass percentage.
But that's not. But that has nothing to do with them pissed off. When you have an EEOC suit that you lose, that doesn't mean that you were pissed off. That means that some legitimate shit happened. It went to court. They had evidence. Your ass lost. The company
is that
has
the
to pay the
whole
employees.
business, or is that just that plant, that person, that environment?
We can say that.
It does matter.
Say that's not fair. We could clearly say it's not fair if it went to a court and it was adjudicated that they lost.
For argument's sake, let's say this. I got some experience. I understand what Max is saying. I understand what Pittsburgh is saying, but you don't get to the higher courts for discrimination or unfair treatment or anything like that unless the EOE sides in your behalf. First of all, you got to go through the EOE first. Then if they see a problem there, then you can escalate your situation at a higher court and successfully and have no problem doing that. So I had a discrimination lawsuit I was a part of a few years ago. We had to go through the EOE first, and then we were able to proceed to federal court. So
yeah, they went through all of that. They went through all of that, though.
I'm not
That's
saying
what I'm saying. Like they went through all those steps, so there's no fairness there.
I'm supporting what you're saying if you're not realizing that.
Welcome back, Kyle.
No, I understand what you guys are saying, but I'm saying, okay, you take something like McDonald's. Okay, McDonald's is a big ass corporation. So if there is a McDonald's in Salinas, California, where they had a lawsuit, they're gonna sue McDonald's as the company. But that's that one place. That doesn't represent every other McDonald's in America.
But hold on,
Max. Hold on.
Because one person, one place was doing some fucked up shit that the company got sued for.
You minimize the lawsuits, bro.
Those are franchises. Hold on, those are franchises. They're not going to sue the corporation. They'll sue the franchise. So that's a
okay. Bad example, but you get my gist. Is like just because you're at one establishment underneath an umbrella of a company and you got fucked over legitimately, someone was racist to you, someone fucked over your money, your hours, whatever, beat your ass, whatever. That doesn't represent the whole company because you sue the company. That's an isolated incident or
that you
isolated
can't say
event
that the company is fair. But then you can't have that under your umbrella and then say that this company is fair.
And that's why I told you, Pittsburgh. So if your argument is, if 100 1,000,000% of employees are not satisfied, it's not fair, then okay, then nothing is ever fair because no one is ever satisfied.
My argument is that's a move of business. That's we got caught up in the weeds. My argument is that business is not fair. There's a whole bunch of instances where people get sued in businesses, from Fortune 500 to the little mom and pop, where people are trying to fuck people over in business. Happens all the time. So T.O. is not unique. I don't cry tears for T.O. If he want to do the Victim Olympics, I don't even care anymore about T.O. and his foolishness, because I just think a lot of it is based off of this presumption that I'm here, that you got to treat me a certain way because I'm here. Like, no, that's not how that stuff works. You get what you negotiate, not what you're worth, not what you actually like. Do anybody think that LeBron James, Beyonce, Jay-Z, all these people who get paid all this money, are they getting paid what they're worth? Even if it's a lot of money, are they getting paid what they're worth?
Yeah.
So that fair doesn't exist.
Pittsburgh, I don't even think it's necessarily about him getting paid what he's worth. He feels like, right, and like I said, this is what I gather from it. He feels like you fucking with my money because you won't promote me. Like, you've seen my skills in the ring, just like I've accomplished in like the example that Max was trying to give originally. I've been here with you longer, and I've accomplished more than these other fighters that are my contemporaries. But yet, for some reason, and I feel like it goes back to this, because I decided not to give your golden boy another shot. It seems like you're purposely trying to undervalue my career, and I don't fuck with that. So whether it's bringing in my rival and letting him fight for the belts that I lost, right? You bring in my rival, let him fight for the belts I lost. You promote his fight astronomically more than you've promoted my fight because he's fighting your golden boy. So I understand, like I said, I understand where he's coming from. I don't agree with what he said. I don't agree with him saying it, but I understand his thought process. It's like, okay, it seemed like you doing shit. It seemed like you doing shit to fuck with me just because I went against what you said. And just because I didn't want to give Lomachenko a rematch, and I went over here and decided to fight Kambosos, and you didn't want to pay for that fight, so it went to purse bid. And then once it went to purse bid, Eddie Hearn and Triller and all of them got an opportunity. I got an opportunity to make some money outside of you. It seems like Bob Arum or ESPN and Top Rank, well, I should say Top Rank. It seems like Top Rank has went out of their way to kind of push him to the side. And during pushing him to the side, they decided to highlight black fighters, more black fighters, and that lawsuit with Bud may or may not have had something to do with it.
It didn't.
I don't know for sure because I'm not in them offices.
No, you gotta remember,
but it's coincidence. So it's no coincidence to me. It's no coincidence to me that Top Rank has always had an issue with promoting black fighters, right? Even though a lot of great champions have come from that stable, so to speak. Like, it's no coincidence that right after that, Shakur got the Valdez fight, and now you're seeing more and more champions get more and more exposure. You're seeing Keyshawn Davis, who doesn't even have 15 fights, getting all of this exposure, right? As great as he is, you see Big Baby about to headline his card, and they promoting that. So
I'm not saying they're not promoting more. These black fighters more since then, the lawsuit. But before the lawsuit, they were pushing those guys a little bit anyway. Because you got to remember, they were lighting it up. They were on the cards, almost every month. And then on top of that, they were winning. And then they went to the Olympics and did their thing. And then they come back, so they got even more promotion behind that, more notoriety. So I'm not saying that you're not right about the lawsuit having some effect on it, but it wasn't the initial effect of them keep pushing those guys up. They were pushing them up a little bit before the lawsuit came out because, Terrence was helping a lot of those guys train and get better. Now, they did that lawsuit. Now, the other part of what I wanted to say is, a lot of stuff you touched on was right on point. But let's not forget, not only did he try to make money outside of the house that he was within, which I'm all for that. Go get your money. But they're mad at him about that. But then he turns around and he loses to Kambosos after, they have to postpone the fight. And he devalues himself at that point when he lost to Kambosos. He wouldn't fight their guy that they give him a rematch. Then he tried to make money outside the house. Then he loses to Kambosos. Your value has dropped in our eyes. And so it costs them more to pay him than it does to pay those black dudes that's fighting almost every month on these fights. And they're giving us good content. So they looking at the business aspect on that. That's why I feel that he's wrong about. He can say whatever he wants and how he feels, because it may seem that way in his eyes. Because he always feels he's done more, and he's worth more than what I feel he is personally to the fight game. I feel he's a great fighter, but I think he thinks a whole lot more of himself than what he has accomplished. Yeah, you beat your boy, but then you lost to a lesser fighter. You know what I'm saying? After you played around, pushing that fight back, coming up with excuse after excuse why the fight couldn't happen. So I think he's getting his just dues because he said he's only making about $1 million a fight. I feel it's his own fault. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's Bob Arum. I mean,
remember
hold on.
That's outrageous.
Don't forget when he pushed back against that Loma fight for more money, he got more money.
But y'all don't remember how that whole Kambosos thing went with him and Triller and all that foolishness he had going on. That was real
Triller didn't have the money. Yeah,
all that nonsense he did. Yeah, all that foolishness. All of that.
I can't say that it was nonsense. He just chose. Only thing he really did right was chose to fight his mandatory instead of rematching Lomachenko. And doing that, it went to purse bid because they couldn't come to an agreement in negotiations, right? And that's the only time it goes to purse bid is when y'all can't come to a deal. So it goes to a deal. Triller and Matchroom both outbid Bob. Bob showed you what he thought the value of the fight was. He didn't want that fight. He wanted another fight for him, and that fight just so happened to be a rematch with Lomachenko. Teofimo decided he didn't want that rematch. He didn't want to give Lomachenko a rematch because if Lomachenko had won, do we all believe that Lomachenko would have given him one? And it seems like I'm not really defending Teo. I'm not really defending Teo. I'm just pointing out the sequence of events. Like I like to break down timelines. Like the sequence of events that happened, that was a good move that it went to purse bid because he was going to get probably double the money that he was going to get. But Triller welched on the bet. And you remember the first date that they had was the same date that Floyd Mayweather was fighting on when he was fighting, what's his name? Logan Paul. Mm-hmm. So they moved it back from that. And then I think Teo got injured and they had to move it back some more. And then we found out Triller really didn't have the money. So then it went to DAZN. Now DAZN got to find a date for it. So it like that fight got moved back a couple times because of business reasons.
Yeah, but he think it's the black fight, but it's not the black fighters.
But since he lost, he's seeing like, okay, all because I decided not to fight Lomachenko again, you're gonna push me to, and I decided not to fight Lomachenko, ended up losing anyway. And because I lost, and I was even saying this during the time, because I lost the belts that you wanted Lomachenko to have so bad, it seems like you're going out of your way to fuck with me. That's how Teo feels. I'm not saying I'm not saying he's right. But he feels like he's going out of his way to fuck with him.
He also didn't look good in his first 140 fight.
No, and the problem with him after he lost the fight, he blamed all the promoters. He blamed ESPN. He blamed his neck exploding. He did all that. He went after Bob Arum. Like, even if, like, let's say, like, we can all agree, like, boxing ain't like normal shit. Like, the guy who's the promoter, you probably don't want to piss that motherfucker off. Right, wrong, or indifferent. That's the person that has a lot of power in your career. So right, wrong, or indifferent, you going to run around saying stuff publicly to this person, it's probably going to have an effect on this person. Like that's probably going to be true because we all done had asshole bosses. So like he could actually have he can have a legit beef, but at the end of the day, like if you under contract with that guy, like what can you really do? Like Ryan's whole situation that he got going on with Oscar, the same shit. Like you can be mad all you want to. I mean, that guy still got you. He still got you can't do shit about it. So, and then you're not getting mad at the guy that's doing the shit. You're talking about black fighters like they ain't got shit to do with what Bob Arum doing. They're fighters like you. That's where it gets weird for me.
And they have nothing to do with your performance in the ring.
No, nothing. So that was, now if he would have said Bob Arum fucked me over, ESPN fucked me over. I mean, if you did all that, cool. But the fighters are employees just like you employee. You an employee. So they just don't make sense. That whole thing and all that other stuff, it don't make no sense. It's just foolishness.
See, one thing.
Okay, go ahead. My bad.
When your boy was speaking about Top Rank not wanting to pay him and Bob not wanting to pay him the money for that Kambosos fight, and they went outside and first bid it out to Triller. We were riding with him because he was pushing back against the establishment. And I applaud him for it. But where he got screwed at, Triller didn't make good on their deal. He lost the pushback on the dates, and then he ended up losing the fight. Those are Bob got leverage at that point. Now, I like Pittsburgh said, he's wrong for using the black fighters as part of the excuse why he's not getting what he feel like he should be getting. They have nothing to do with that. They're not making as much money per fight as he is. But at the same time, he needs to think about his performance his last two fights. No, his previous two fights before this last fight, because he did a great job this past weekend.
I'm about to say he stopped Campos or Combo, whatever it is. He stopped him. But it's the Sandor Martin fight.
He didn't stop Campos. He got whooped.
No, I'm not saying Campos. The fight that we went to, he stopped him.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't see that fight anyway. But anyway.
Yeah, that was his first fight back from Cambosos and his first fight at 140.
That was a nobody though, because if he had went into 140 as a champion, if he hadn't lost to Cambosos, he went in as a champion like he should have been going into 140. He would have been getting a title fight in the beginning.
Yeah, but you saw until he decided he wanted. Damn, that train loud as hell. You went that train track 8 miles from my house, man. That train loud in a bitch. Well, anyway, you saw how they were promoting Berlanga, right? And he didn't. And he looked like trash his last 3 fights. I think the last straw for him, Berlanga looked awful.
Yeah, and now he gone.
Yeah, and I think what did that for him is when he decided to bite old boy in the ring.
Yeah. So because he hadn't looked good for a couple of fights,
So now that T.O. and I think another part of that is he's more inclined to speak up now more than ever because I think that was the last fight on his contract too. I think that was his last fight with Top Rank.
And Berlanga was getting just as much, if not more, promotional.
But that's not what Bob said. Bob
with the rest of the brothers, you know what I'm saying? They all were fighting just as consistently, and they pushing all their names out there. But Berlanga was getting he was top billing before he did all that bad performing and biting that dude, man.
Yeah. So I just feel like he overall, right? I'm not saying he's right, but I understand what he's saying. Man, y'all don't fuck with me, man. All right, keep your black fighters. I don't care. He threw a tantrum, and I agree. I get what y'all saying. He didn't Shakur and Devin and all these other fighters ain't got nothing to do with what they got going on. But at the same time, it's damn, y'all don't fuck with me no more.
I'm gonna tell you something else. I believe I could be totally wrong. This is my opinion, because we as black people, we messed with T.O. until he started getting a little, his daddy started speaking a little bit out of line, and all the we didn't agree with the stuff that the business of boxing was doing toward Devin Haney That had nothing to do with T.O. at the time. But then when him and T.O. was talking about trying to fight together, and T.O. would say one thing, then they'll move a different way. We didn't agree with that. But as a people and fans of the sport, but as a people, we ride with T.O. initially. We ride with Puerto Rican fighters. He's not Puerto Rican. We ride with a lot of Latino fighters initially. But when they get to speaking sideways like that, then you got to separate that. You know what I'm saying? Now, what I think what screwed up, what got him in mind to separate himself from black fighters and black fan support, there's a few, I don't know about a lot, but I'm going to say a few Latino platforms that was speaking, you know, how great he was and how he'll beat Devin. And you know, the thing with him and Devin Haney made that division happen, and some of those platforms went left with that stuff, with that conversation. And that kind of screwed it up.
Yeah, because I know one in particular.
I didn't want to call it, and I didn't want to call it.
Yeah, I ain't gonna say his name, but I know one in particular that got a lot of hand with it. But yeah, it's one thing if you think he gonna beat Devin. It's another thing to go as far as they were going.
Yeah, but but like he buy into it. Like when everything he said, he could have been cool with. But once he said what he said, like that's it, man. I'm cool with you. You stay over there. I mean, I get your explanation. I hear it. It's cool. But I ain't fucking with that dude. And a lot of people feel that kind of way. And when you start doing that kind of stuff, like everything, we're responsible for what we say. Right. And if you say some shit that's offensive to people and you don't decide that you need to apologize, then hey, cool.
Man, that's
you apologize, you're still gonna get people to say fuck it. So I mean, when you say shit, you can't take it back. You're a public figure. And on top of that, like if you look at Haney's under the promotion of that Lomachenko fight. Like we could say you got a bullshit promotion company, it don't mean nothing, everybody got one, but he listed as a promoter under that fight. Like T.O.'s not doing that. So like you wasting your time on bullshit when you really need to get your business together.
Yeah, I just think it's a little hypocritical though, because when it goes the other way around, I mean, other than the Haney never lose to a white boy thing, whenever there's a black fighter accusing a promoter of unfairly treating black fighters, no one says, he's tripping. But T.O., I'm not saying T.O.'s right. But I'm saying if he feels that way, he should be able to voice his opinion that way and then make your actions on it. Leave Top Rank, go somewhere else if that's how you feel. He say he's retiring, we'll see. But if that's how he feels, that's how he feels.
The promoter ain't black though, man. It's the whole problem with this. The promoter is not black. The people who run ESPN are not black. Black fighters had nothing to do with his comment. So just
but I'm saying, so when Crawford says that
people ain't fucking with him,
when so many other people have said, "Hey, Bob Arum underpromotes black fighters," then everyone's like, "Yeah, it's fucked up. Yeah, he looks like he's doing that." And then T.O.'s just feeling like, "Hey, he's over promoting them now," and everyone's like, "Nah, shut the fuck up. Nah, shut up. Nah, shut up. Don't say shit." Like, I don't know. He should be able to say what he wants, but my thing is his actions gotta lead up to that. That's my main problem with T.O. is T.O. talks a lot. And then what he says doesn't match up what he does. So
and if anything, you remember Shakur was also on that, man, because he was like, "Yeah, man, I really wasn't. It's like I feel like I'm not getting the same attention that Valdez got and all this type of stuff, right?" And I concur that because Kyle remembers this when we went to Shakur versus Jamel Herring a couple years ago. People in the city didn't even know he was fighting. Like, if that's not screaming under promotion, I don't understand because why would people in the city be stopping us coming out of the arena? Hey, what's going on in there? Oh man, that was a whole fight tonight. Y'all didn't know? Nah, we didn't heard nothing. There was no billboards, no radio ads, nothing. Nobody in that city, nobody in Atlanta knew that Shakur and Jamel Herring were fighting each other.
Not a soul.
And then that can be said for this most recent fight with T.O. because for it being T.O. versus Josh Taylor, who was the undisputed champ, I understand he gave up his belts, but he didn't lose him in the ring. Catterall was a bad look. I get it. But that fight should have been promoted a lot more. They had one sit-down interview thing. They never had a press conference. They never had a run or nothing. It was just like, and that's a solid ass fight. I mean, regardless of how it ended up, going into it on paper, that was a great a fight at 140 that got super under promoted. I almost forgot it was that weekend it was on.
Okay, so this is where
And
like I
remember,
kind
y'all
of
heard
like
me saying like, "Damn, that fight kind of snuck up on me," because in the excitement of Spence Crawford being announced, we were still talking about the Haney and Lomachenko fight. Then we were talking about how bad the Rolly stoppage was, and I was looking forward to the Inouye and Fulton fight. That fight got sandwiched in between. I was like, "Oh shit, that fight is next week."
But
I should never feel like that with a fight of that magnitude.
But too, like, look, aren't black people before those comments, even now, aren't they part of his base? So can we say that he's kind of like he cut off his nose, he cut his face to cut his nose with those comments?
You know what it was, Pittsburgh? It's the same shit that Jermell Charlo did a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Remember when Jermell Charlo said, race didn't matter and all this shit during Deontay Wilder's live, and like and the same shit that Chris Colbert did when he came back and was just backing Tyson Fury and all, and which he had the right to do, and even Jermell Charlo had the right to say what he said. But in saying that, you're gonna alienate an entire fan base.
Yeah,
what he don't understand, what Tio didn't understand, is you have the same fans. For the most part, you have the same fans as Devin Haney and Shakur. Jermell Charlo didn't understand you have the same fans as Deontay Wilder. Chris Colbert, you didn't understand that you have the same fan base as Errol Spence. So when you start alienating your fans, it's like, okay, I hope you get mopped up your next fight.
But then why as a promoter would I invest a ton of money knowing that you're doing this? Right? Now, don't you devalue yourself at some levels when you do this? I'm not saying it's right, but that's what, obviously, we can clearly see with the pattern of what's going on when you do stupid shit like that. Because the Charlos ain't been high since then.
Nah, because once that first pay-per-view failed with them, I think that kind of like sealed the deal. I don't know maybe Senso knows or Kyle knows, but I don't remember what the numbers were on that. But from what I understand, that pay-per-view was so awful. It did so awful that
numbers on what?
When both the Charlos were on pay-per-view.
75,000.
Shit. So that was before they even said anything. That was before COVID, before they said anything remotely inflammatory.
That was during COVID. Remember they had the double headline.
Yeah, they were trying to fight Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, that's right. And that's when they decided that they weren't gonna ever be on the same card again, too.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know, man. I just think sometimes when you say stuff, look, man, and on top of that, business, man, people make moves on business all the time. They do what they do. Like, and it doesn't have to make sense to us. And sometimes people do shit to prove a point, especially if you publicly gonna berate certain people.
Pittsburgh, real quick. Did I say 75?
You said 75.
I meant 70.
70? Like, damn.
70,000, my boy.
Damn, that's even worse. Yeah, and I think DJ too. Like, look, if you my boss and I get in public and call you the biggest, hottest piece of shit, this, that, and the third, and talk about your whole entire company, I mean, how willing are you to make when the phone ring and they say, "Hey, man, I got to fight for you, boy"? Are you taking that call and really bringing it to me?
If I'm smart, yeah, because. Okay, so it seems like they got a little friction over here. Let's keep feeding into this and see what happens.
Okay, well, let's redefine it. How many fighters does Top Rank have? They got what, 20, 30 fighters or something going?
So they said between 70 to 100,000. I don't know which one is true, but they said between 70 and 100,000. Yeah, especially when it wasn't nothing else on TV.
It bombed. From what I understand, it bombed terribly.
Hey, especially when it was nothing else on TV, no sporting events.
Yeah, I just think it's bigger than what that guy I think he move around and say a bunch of stuff. I don't really care about the guy in that manner, in one way or the other. I don't wish him bad. I don't wish him well. Whatever he does, he's clearly going to do. I just think like some of the things that's going on with him and some of the it's excuses and the excuses don't make any sense. It's that victim Olympic stuff where you just make excuses and you don't take any personal responsibility, which I personally hate that shit because black people get blamed for that shit all the time, and that's exactly what this guy is doing. Like he takes no responsibility for everything. Everything is everybody's fault. Like no, it can't be everybody's fucking fault for every goddamn thing going on. So
yeah,
like
those
to me,
motherfuckers
that
be
shit is
lying a
personally
lot. They
irritating.
lied about having COVID and his shit being torn, his lung being torn, and all kinds of.
Yeah,
They always
shit
coming
is
up with some crazy shit. You know what I mean? Between the two of them, but you know,
Man, tell
I don't
the
know.
truth and shame the devil. That girl took his ass down through there. It ain't funny, but it's
Hey, took that Negro
at
to
the
the
base of it.
Guinness.
I think that's what's like we all saying T.O.'s crazy, he's playing crazy. No, I think he went through a very, very traumatic situation in the public. Like your wife just up and leaving you and you trying to reconcile your marriage in public is a very traumatic thing. And he's going through, you heard him say he's going through the custody shit now with his son. So he's going through some real shit in his personal life and he's projecting all that anger towards everybody else. I'm glad he got to channel it against Josh Taylor. I'm glad I didn't bet on that fight. And another thing, I was going to get on Josh Taylor for a second. You know, that some bitch done damn near cost me money twice. But God damn it, man. But that was a special performance by him last Saturday. I don't want to hear nothing about Josh Taylor being washed. None of that. T.O. mopped his ass up, man.
Hey,
people got to be honest about that. T.O. made that, he outclassed him. He made Josh Taylor look like an average fighter.
No, hey, you know what's crazy? We were talking about this earlier. As great as T.O. looked, I still had that fight like 8-4.
Yeah. That's what I had at 8-4. Some people went back and rescored it. Was like,
half of that fight was so dominant that you forget about those first couple rounds where it was like, you know, Taylor looked alright.
Yeah, but see the thing is,
Taylor looked good the first 3 rounds, and then T.O. woke up.
Nah, that referee got involved. The referee said, "Hey, no more of that."
I mean, but come on, Kyle, man. We all knew Josh Taylor was a dirty son of a bitch. Like we all knew he was gonna throw a couple elbows. We thought he was gonna step on the toes and push off with the elbow and all that type of push his head down, rabbit punch him.
Yeah,
like we all knew Josh Taylor had that scoundrel in him, right?
Yeah, I wish he could have let it be displayed on Saturday. Listen, I won money on that fight. You know what I'm saying? Because before T.O. said the black people shit, I had already said he was gonna whoop Josh Taylor ass. But once he said that shit, I said, fuck that nigga. I'm rooting against him. And so I'm still gonna take that dinner from OG Shelton, but I ain't gonna go nowhere nice.
Does OG Shelton know that?
What?
Did Shelton call you? Hit you already that you won that, or does he think that you?
I called him already. He knows.
Oh.
You already know.
I haven't seen him on for a minute, so.
Yeah, man, but yeah, I picked Josh Taylor because not only is T.O. coming up in his weight class, but he's Josh Taylor by all intents and purposes, he was the undisputed champion, even though he had to give up his belts because he didn't want to keep fighting mandatories. And that's what you're supposed to do. Like if you're not gonna fight all these mandatories, give up the belts, right? So I get that T.O. beat the man. Like he's legit the lineal champion, right? He beat the man. But I called him undisputed now. I don't agree with that because he's not undisputed. He should be, just like a couple years ago when Eddie Hearn told him you should be undisputed, but you're not.
I mean, I'm gonna give him the undisputed though. I'm gonna give him the undisputed though.
Nah,
listen.
Can't be undisputed. Ain't he had a belt, bro? Stop it.
Listen. I'm not talking about that, bro. Calm the fuck down, man. I'm talking about this time because Josh Taylor didn't lose his belt on the scale.
He gave it up willingly.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is he didn't lose. So I'm gonna say T.O. was undisputed in the
sense that. Well, in that case, then Mayweather's been undisputed his whole career.
Well, we know that. I mean, that's just come on, man. Come on, man.
But it's not though.
It doesn't. Either way, doesn't matter.
Yeah. Stop it, Kyle, man. That dude is not undisputed, bro.
He's the people's champ now.
No, hell no. I'm just saying.
So Regis' belt don't count now, and Matias' belt don't count. Say what you want to say about Rolly. I don't give a fuck.
Hold on now, DJ. Josh Taylor did beat. He did beat Regis Prograis. So Teofimo did beat the man. That beat the man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the lineal champion. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, absolutely. He beat Josh Taylor was undefeated, lineal champion, WBO champion, all that. But we not gonna act like, just because he gave up them belts, like he's still champion, like he still holds them belts. He don't. Like there's new champions now. Once you vacate, there's new champions now. So you're not undefeated. I get it that you're still the man and you never actually lost your belts on the scale or in the ring. But you're not the undisputed champion anymore. You were. Nobody ever beat you until TO, but you're not undisputed. So I can't call him undisputed just because he beat Josh Taylor when he didn't have. Having all the belts makes you undisputed.
Facts. You got to take that picture, bro. You have all them things on you. Hey, I did like how
he's a champion in that weight class right now. He's not the champion.
Hey, to bring it back full circle though, I like how Bud maneuvered around that when Derek James said it was Tio, and then obviously they said it wasn't, but Bud said I'll be the first male, which was a shout out to Clarissa. And Bud, I said that.
I still hadn't made it all the way through I had made it all the way through the press conference because me and Mex were talking about this earlier on the last live, how dry the press conference was. Like, and we feel like they missing money out on these press conferences. They missing chances to further promote this fight. And like I said, I think they already believe that this fight is sold. Like this shit sold. These press conferences that we doing is just a formality at this point. Like, no, you still need to go out there because there's still casual fans that don't know y'all are fighting.
I think but Max, did you see the rest of that moment that you're talking about? Because in that moment too, they had like a little back and forth where they were talking about Kell Brook with the broken eye socket and how much credit he get, and they had a little back and forth with that. And then
that was the best part of the press conference.
Yeah, I didn't see the whole thing, so that's what I'm asking. Did you see the whole thing?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing.
Okay, because that seemed like that was a pretty good spot in the press conference. Because that was a good back and forth.
And that's what I was saying. I think they should have been put in positions where they had more opportunities to talk directly to each other than to let me go make my statement. I'll go make my statement. Ask me a question. It should have more banter between the two of them because that does bring out the personality. Because they're both some dogs. They might be reserved in their nature, but when they start talking about competitive shit between each other, they start talking, and that's what we need.
I mean, but neither one for both of these guys, this is probably the most that they've been promoting any fight that I've seen. And Bud is actually promoting a lot more than Errol as far as promotion in this particular fight. But neither one of these guys are like big names outside of hardcore boxers anyways for a reason. They're not great. They're not like promoters like Ryan Garcia is at this point in the career.
And that's what I'm saying. To take 5 years to make a fucking fight for fighters that casuals barely know if they know at all, it's crazy. Like I understood I kind of understood the 5-year thing when it came to Mayweather Pacquiao because they're two superstars and negotiations probably tricky. They're two of the top names. But I mean, come on, man. Everyone else made fights pretty fucking quickly. Like Tank and Ryan made that shit damn near overnight.
Well, Tank just saying what he's saying. Ryan just took it. That's why him and Oscar falling out behind that shit. So that wasn't really no negotiation like that.
And also, like, Ryan really didn't lose any value by losing the Tank. I don't know if y'all have noticed here lately. Like Tank's 3 out of 4 Tank's last fights, they got hotter after they fought Tank, right? Like, look at where Rolly is now. Look at where Ryan is now. Look at where Pitbull Cruz is now.
All right, guys.
So what the fuck?
I'm gonna let you know.
Okay.
Oh, okay. But yeah, it's like I don't understand what Oscar's gripe is, right? I don't like because Ryan didn't really lose any value because he was supposed to lose. If he'd have went in there and actually beat Tank like he felt that he could, then his star would have took off even more. But he didn't really lose any value. People still think Ryan is the same person as before he fought Tank. So, you know, you hearing him fighting. You hearing about him fighting Rolly now. Rolly's star is starting to kind of like his name is kind of starting to fizzle a little bit out here, especially now that he has a belt. He's talking his shit. Everybody's absolute like Pitbull Cruz is getting mobbed at these fights. People love him. So you really
Pitbull's on the undercard.
He's on the okay. I thought he was on his undercard, but I wasn't for sure.
Man, I'm sick of that nigga, man.
So like I've never seen anybody get like besides Mayweather, right? Mayweather had that effect on people, but these guys are getting that Tank stimulus package, man. Like losing the Tank don't devalue you. If anything, if you mess around and go the distance like Pitbull did, and I think that's the only reason why people love him so much. Oh man, I think he really beat Tank because Tank didn't knock him out. What the fuck? No, Tank beat this motherfucker 9-3, 8-4 with one hand. Like, what are we talking about right now? So
that's why that's
and I think that's what Oscar, and I think that's how Oscar felt. I don't know whether it was him losing to Floyd another time that really stings, but yeah, Ryan didn't lose anything by losing the Tank because he was supposed to lose. What happened in that fight is exactly what was supposed to happen. He was supposed to get knocked out by Tank.
I mean, and then Oscar just showed how he's incompetent as a promoter. The whole aftermath for that, after the fight, the way him and Bernard, the way that they were acting, that shit was weird, man. That shit was weird. Talking about they was death threats in a place where all this goddamn security, like, man, get out of here with that. So, but Ryan under contract, so we can't really get out of that.
They showed the video of them just walking out all casually. Ain't nobody tripping. They didn't look fearing for their life or anything. Like,
yeah, man, that was all BS. But Ryan can't, at the same token, if Ryan under contract, like, well, he can't do nothing, man. Like, what he gonna do? Like, that's like the equivalent to going to work and flipping the table and cussing the boss out. Like, they're probably not gonna work out good for you. You morally could be right, but that probably ain't gonna work out good for you financially. That wouldn't be smart.
But the sad part about that is Pittsburgh, Ryan is probably the only guy that he can make any real money off of right now. Who else is he gonna make that caliber of fight with? Unless you make Boots and Virgil. And even then, I don't think they're going to scratch anywhere near Tank and Ryan. So unless you make Boots and Virgil or Jaime Munguia and somebody else, like I think Jaime, Zerdo, and Virgil are the only fighters.
Jaime got exposed that last fight.
Man, Jaime's not that fucking good, man. Like let's not shit. It's a reason why he's got like 45 fights. And he keeps turning down mandatories, bro. He was Jamal Charlo and Demetrius Andrade's mandatory. Turned them fights down both times. Or no. He turned Demetrius Andrade down. They tried to make the Jamal Charlo fight, but Oscar came in and fucked that up. So it's a reason why. Yeah, man, it's a reason, man. It's a reason why he's not fighting these championship fights.
But look, at this point, like all the promotional companies, you kind of know. Like these guys that we talking about, they ain't been 3-4 fights. They kind of know all these promotional companies got their own thing going on that they do. Like you kind of know what these guys are about when you sign up for them. And if you don't know and you get in these contracts, like I don't know what to tell you. I just don't know what to tell you because it's very obvious what happens with these guys and the systems that they have. So you can't go to a place where you know the system and then just get pissed off that you get sucked into the system because you knew the system that you were signing up for. Like you're probably not going to go to PBC and get more than one fight a year unless you're Tank. You're probably not going to go to Ryan and get these giant fights. I mean, not Ryan, but Oscar and get these giant fights. you're probably not going to go to Top Rank and get a bunch of money thrown behind you and promotions. So, like, if you're knowing all that and these things happen and you get pissed off, like, that's why I call it the Victim Olympics. Whose fault is that?
That's why you gotta take the Devin route. Do what the fuck you want.
Yeah, short deals. You make sure you own a promotion, that you're getting the promotional money. Like, it's a way to move, but I think these guys, they do the same thing and they think they're special, that it's not going to happen to me because because my name is different.
Yep. Reality check.
But I'm glad somebody said Devin. Listen, Devin's. I think he's a free agent right now. But I seen something where Bill was sitting down talking to Bob, and I don't know what happened to the fourth option fight. I don't know, right? But Tank and Devin got to dance, man. Like, that shit's got to happen, and I feel like it's got to happen next. Especially since both guys, like, Tank has fought twice this year, and it was like, oh man, everybody was acting like it would have been a travesty if Tank didn't fight again this year. It was like, no, he's already gotten 2 fights in. He'll be okay. But I feel like that fight should happen in December, November, December, sometime around there. I want to know what's happening with Subriel Matias. Like, there's still no word on that. Like, when is he coming back? He hadn't fought since February, right? And I felt like Cool Boy Steph could have got 2 fights in this year, and I still feel like he can get 2 fights in this year, especially if he wins. When he wins, I should say.
Well, when you remember that anyway got hurt, so that fight was already.
Yeah. I was just about to say they pushed that fight back. That fight was supposed to be 2 months ago. That fight was supposed to be last month.
Yeah. So that's why. That's why.
I mean, even though he's fighting at the end of July, I still think he can fight again in December if he don't have any injuries. Yeah. Like, take your month off, heal up. If you ain't got anything broken or any ligament damage, take your month off, heal up, take the family on vacation, all that shit, and let's get back at it. I say this as somebody who's never stepped in the ring before, right? Who's never competed professionally. I think and I see how fast these MMA guys turn around. Like, they're asking the 2 guys between, I don't know if they'll do Robert Whittaker a 3rd time, but they're asking if Dricus du Plessis wins, they're asking him to turn around in like 2.5 months and fight Izzy in Australia. So it confuses me sometimes why boxers need so much time off and all this, that, and the third. But
that's also why a lot of MMA fighters be losing though.
Yeah, so what? You lose, you're gonna get another fight though.
Hey, but did you see the fight? Hey, listen, I want to see this fight, bro. I hopefully the Nigerian Nightmare ain't gunshot no more, bro. Cause I think he can beat this dude.
He wasn't gunshot. Leon Edwards is just a damn good fucking kickboxer. So he wasn't gunshot. But yeah, they just announced that fight October 21st. Khamzat Chimaev and
where's it at?
I think it's gonna. I'm not sure. I'll have to look up. But they
that's in Vegas.
It's October 21st, next. So we're gonna see what's going on, man. It's gonna be. I think they're gonna end up striking in this fight because I don't see Khamzat taking him down. I don't see Khamzat taking Kamaru Usman down. And hell, can Khamzat make the weight? Because last time we saw him at 170, he came in at 179. So, and that's been part of the reason why it's been so hard to get him a fight, because he's trying to fight in 2 different weight classes at one time, trying to see which weight class he can get a belt in, because we all know he didn't want that Izzy smoke. He didn't want no parts of Izzy. I don't care what he says, how bad people try to make it seem like, since his name is the Wolf, people try to make it seem like he's the big bad wolf. And I think Gilbert Burns showed everybody, oh, you can bleed. And with him missing weight so bad last time, bro, I hope Kamaru Usman is not moving up to 185 to acquiesce to him. And because even if Kamaru wins, he's not going to fight Izzy. They've mentioned that before, even when they were both champions at the same time. I'm not going to fight my brother. I'm not going to fight my brother. I'm not going to move up and fight Izzy. So,
yo,
Can Khamzat Chimaev make weight? Because when he fought last at 170 pounds, he came in 9 pounds overweight.
Hey, man, I would love to have this conversation with y'all, but I gotta hit a 6-hour drive in about 5 hours. So
Hey,
I'm
Max,
gonna
you know
holler at
what,
y'all,
man?
man.
You know what? You're a real piece of shit, man. You waited till we go have one of the best lives we've had in fucking
Hey,
forever.
hey, isn't it crazy how there's no drama on here?
Here you go. Here you go, Joe Budden.
Could it be coincidental? I don't know.
Hey, well, be safe over there, Max, man. Be cool. Yeah, be cool and be safe over there,
Max
Max.
is a
Yeah,
cool piece
I'm
of shit,
gonna
man.
leave about 5, 6 in the morning and try to get to LA by like 11 or 12. So
Have a safe
I'll
trip,
shoot.
you piece of dog shit.
Oh, I am. This is the first road trip me and my daughter are going on. So together.
Don't annoy her too much.
I can't help it.
Yeah, man.
I can't help it.
The dude Max didn't let up, man. And next time, get her the corn dog with the fucking cheese in it, Max.
Hey, that was her auntie. That wasn't me. I thought the corn dog came with cheese in it. That was her auntie. But yeah, it's all love, man. Hey, much love to everybody on here. Santos, is good having you back. Pittsburgh T always dropping knowledge. DJ, it's good to have you on the late night tip again, like the old days, man. This is nostalgic right here, man. You know what I'm saying?
Look, boom for the old
Boom.
times, man. The original
Boom.
foe, the fantastic foe. You understand?
Damn. Over your tear in my eye, man.
Man, shut that soft ass shit up, man.
No, man. I was just cutting onions.
hey, this is for DJ right here.
Just say what I want. Am I correct? Yes, sir. We sick and tired of that nigga there.
Hey man, y'all keep it going, man. And if somehow y'all still on at 5 or 6 in the morning when I leave, I'll be back on.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, we might be though if niggas can stay up.
Or if you get them UK dudes over here.
No, for real.
Them dudes will keep that shit going all night because that's their morning. But I believe they're 8 hours ahead over there. So whenever you do the math on that shit, it's about 8 o'clock in the morning over there right now. So, but yeah, shout out to everybody. Shout out to the chat, everybody else. And it's beautiful to get through a night with no drama. Thank you.
We about to have some drama to keep this shit up, Max.
Drive safely.
Yes, sir. Peace out.
Nigga's a real piece of shit, man. Max, the piece of shit he is, man.
Hey, Max, if you can hear me, be safe, man. Along your journey, you and your daughter, man.
You know what, man. I understand where he's coming from because my daughter's 10 now. She'll be 11 in February, and she's getting to the point now where she really don't want to sit up under daddy all day. And he has a teenager, so I get it. So you do shit just to aggravate him. It's like I'll call my daughter downstairs. Hey, just come sit down on the couch by me. What do you want, Daddy? Like I'm watching TV. What do you want? Just come sit by me. I just want a hug. Come here. I just want to give you a hug. Come here. And so you start doing little shit like that just to aggravate them. So I completely understand. I plan on doing it more.
Man, I hope my daughter.
You mean like when we was the human remote when we was kids? Like that type of shit, DJ?
No, I don't do it like that. I don't just call them downstairs just to bring me the remote. I just, hey, just come sit down. Just come sit down next to me.
I mean, no, I'm just saying you wouldn't have to do it now because everybody got fucking smart TVs. But now being older, you look back on that, your parents was just fucking with it, man, with that whole come here and just change the channel type shit. Come here and get a cup, get like that kind of shit. Just fucking with you.
Yeah. Because I know I'd be fucking with my daughter. I'll do shit just to get on her nerves, just to watch her scrunch her face up. It's like, okay, you can go now. But yeah, man. But yeah,
another note, you see Conor McGregor finally won the fight. He beat up the mascot, Ibaevi.
Yeah. Right. I don't understand. That's something I agree with old Uncle Fester with, right? Oh, Dana White. I call him Uncle Fester sometimes. It's something I don't understand why these mascots keep wanting to get punched in the face by professional fighters with no gloves on. It's the same thing with Deontay Wilder. It's like, why do y'all keep trying to fight or play fight with professional fighters when y'all know that muscle memory is gonna kick in? And Conor's an asshole, so he's gonna really turn the punch over. So, and even
did he beat up some old man in Ireland or some shit that he got lost? He beat some old man up here in Ireland.
Yeah, I'm surprised Conor's still honest with you.
Yeah, I was at a restaurant one.
Yeah. He smacked around some old man who was in the Irish mob, and people like, I think Conor still has a bounty on his head, or I don't know if he's got that cleared up yet, but that was like a real issue over in that country, because apparently that guy was very well connected, and he smacked up the wrong guy, and amends had to be made, or else Conor couldn't walk around the streets of Ireland no more. So, then he had, he's had a couple situations. That's why I say he's an asshole, man. And when he gets to drinking, even though I think he can handle his liquor, but when he gets to drinking, man, he'll go on 10 and start doing some asshole shit. So I don't think he's fighting until the end of the year, because he had to get back in the testing pool. He was trying to.
Oh, he's still trying to fight. Conor's still trying to fight, DJ?
Yeah. He's got a fight coming up. He's fighting Michael Chandler at the end of the year. And the reason why it's at the end of the year is because Conor had to spend 4 months inside a testing pool. Like, once you remove yourself from the sport, if you semi-retire or retire, you can have this is where the UFC does it. You can have the option of getting out of the testing pool, because once you're in the testing pool, USADA will show up at any time of the day, anywhere in the world. If you're going on vacation, you have to let them know where you're going, what days you're going to be there, because they will show up 5 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the evening. It does not matter. Hey, come let us get this piss sample real quick. Come let us get this blood real quick, and we'll be out your hair.
I mean, but remember the testing that they did with Brock Lesnar? That shit there, all that shit went out the window.
Yeah,
money man. That's another Canelo incident. He was the money man. He came in, had those fights, and that one dude sued him. I can't think of whoever he fought that last time. That dude sued
Mark Hunt. But look, Mark Hunt fucked up, right? Mark Hunt said before the fight, I don't care if he's on steroids or not. I'm still gonna fight him. So, and really, they brought Brock Lesnar on that card to try to save the card, because at that time, this is when John Jones had tested positive again. This is the picogram shit, when him and Daniel Cormier were supposed to be headlining the card, right? And at the last minute, Daniel Cormier had to fight Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva was going to be at the fight, just attending the fight, and he decided, hey, I'll fight him on 2 days' notice, so Daniel Cormier can still fight. But this is when John Jones had.
Wait, man, what did they fight? I don't remember them fighting each other. Anderson Silva.
Anderson Silva and Daniel Cormier.
Yeah, I never knew they fought.
They fought back in I think it was UFC 200. That was 2016. Because you remember, that was a stacked card. That was the same night Amanda Nunes beat Nisha Tate. Juliana Pena fought that night. Who else was on that card?
I didn't know they had ever fought, because they were different weight divisions first of all.
Yeah. Anderson Silva had fought at 205 a couple times before. That's why people wanted him to kind of fight John Jones back in the day. This is when Anderson Silva, not when he fought Daniel Cormier, but back when he was in his prime and he beat up Stephen Bonner and Forrest Griffin at 205. Like, people wanted him to move up and fight John Jones, but I think John Jones would have squished him. But
Cormier was fighting light heavy then.
Yeah. Cormier was fighting light heavy at that time too, and that was the second time that John Jones and Daniel Cormier were supposed to fight. But John Jones, because I remember that shit like it was yesterday, bro. This is why I wait so late to buy the pay-per-view now. I bought the fucking pay-per-view on Wednesday. And Thursday, it comes out that John Jones done tested positive. He can't fight this Saturday. and I was pissed. I still end up watching the card. I done bought it now, but so at that point they had already what fight was that? What card was that? I think that was the same card. They had already called Brock Lesnar and told him, "Hey man, listen, we need you to come save this card." So he comes in, fights Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt had already been saying, "Yeah, I don't care if Brock's on steroids, I'll fight him." So when y'all go in there and when y'all to bring it back to what we were originally talking about, when y'all let Brock circumvent the USADA testing and come in and fight somebody, he beats the hell out of Mark Hunt. Now Mark Hunt is suing. He sued the UFC, saying, "Oh, y'all knew he was on fucking steroids." Well, motherfucker, you just said you didn't care if he was on steroids. So lo and behold, he's on fucking steroids. So,
Hey, he said, "I know I said it, but I didn't mean it."
Yeah, he never
check, please.
Somebody got a lot of background noise.
I think it's me. I usually have that reverb. Once I start getting messages and shit on my phone, I start getting a lot of reverb on it.
Sound like movement or something.
Yeah, but that's probably when he realized he talked to somebody that told him he gets some money out of that deal. Like, yeah, I know what you said, but you don't like these zeros right here? You say, well, I'm not a change my mind. I think that's what happened with that one.
So he probably not gonna be able to fight in the UFC ever again, though.
Mark Hunt?
Mark
Hunt
ain't fighting again.
Nah, he retired anyway.
Wasn't him and Dana White going at it too behind that shit too, DJ, if I remember correctly?
Yeah. I mean, you're suing my company. So like, well, it ain't Dana's company, but it was before they went public. But yeah, you like, bro, you said you didn't care if he was on steroids, and then now you're throwing my name in the lawsuit because you went in there and got your ass whooped and saying, well, y'all knew he was on steroids. Well, I mean, maybe he was, maybe he wasn't, but he didn't get tested. So now to bring it back full circle, Conor was trying to get through that same thing where he was trying to get that special exemption to where he didn't have to be drug tested again. And the UFC said, oh, no. Oh, fuck no. Michael Chandler's not suing us. You're going to get drug tested, and you have to be in the drug testing pool for at least 90 days. For at least 4 months, right? For 120 days. You got to be in the drug testing pool for 4 months before you can fight in the UFC. You left the testing pool. So you're not going to leave the drug testing, take all this shit to heal your body, right? Take all this shit to build up and heal your body, and then try to come back and fight. No, that's not what's happening.
I mean, but how good, like, kind of always thought that he was good, but he wasn't great. They tried to make it like he was great. And we seen like those fights, man, where he just, I mean, whatever. He just wasn't great, man. Not the way that they made that dude build up to.
In the beginning, he was good. Yeah, he was really good.
He was good. He was good at talking a lot of trash, but he was never great though. So that's what I'm saying. Like they made it seem like the guy was Michael Jordan or somebody at that sport.
I never seen anybody whoop Aldo that point in Aldo's career like Conor got to him. Aldo was one of the best I had seen, win, lose, or draw. But I didn't think Conor. Conor McGregor, he's done some things in that octagon, man, that made it him a must see. And that's why he built his name up the way he did. And then he talked his stuff. He campaigned and talked the stuff like Mayweather did, talking about that $100 million. Of course, he wasn't gonna get $100 million over that in MMA, but he talked that stuff and he talked himself up on it. But he sold himself so greatly and promoted those fights so greatly, man. That's what really, even if he had never got that $100 million fight with Mayweather, they still was gonna be. He was the man in the UFC. He was selling more tickets than everybody, more pay-per-views.
Yeah, but that's what it was all about. It wasn't that he was this great, prolific fighter. He was a good fighter.
What do you think? What do you think about that, DJ?
I mean, he was a great fighter, right? It's just that
he was awesome.
People figured him out because you got to think about it. At the time he was having his rise, right?
Like him. Nobody like him when he come in.
He was telling guys, it was crazy because he was telling guys, your chin is suspect. I'm gonna knock you the fuck out in the first round. You're not on my level. I'm gonna knock you out inside of 2 rounds. And he was actually going out there and doing that against top competition. Like, let's not forget, he beat Max Holloway. He beat Dustin Poirier. He knocked out Dustin Poirier the first time they fought. Knocked out Jose Aldo. Knocked out Chad Mendez. Like, he was beating some really good dudes, man. And
he made him up his game.
He beat up Eddie Alvarez. He told Eddie Alvarez, "There's levels to this game. You're not on my level. This is my show. You got my other belt that I want. I'm gonna get that other belt. And I'm gonna put one belt on one shoulder, one belt on the other shoulder, and that's just gonna be that." He told Eddie Alvarez that to his face and went out there and knocked him out in the first round. So what happened is people figured Conor out. People figured out the Nate Diaz fight that, he can grapple and he gets tired after 2 rounds. And so people started to figure that out. So then you started running into the Khabibs and you run into a savage like Khabib, which Khabib retired undefeated. And then Dustin Poirier, who's been doing nothing but getting better since the last time you fought him. Like it is the losses that he's taken in his UFC career aren't bad losses, man. He's just, people figured him out. Dustin Poirier and Khabib, well, nobody figured Khabib out, but Dustin Poirier
he didn't stay around long enough.
He figured him out, right?
He didn't. Khabib didn't stay around long enough. And I'm gonna say this too, though. Also, I think him going to box and getting all that money. And his body, I think his body failed him more than anything else.
It civilized him. It civilized Conor. It civilized Conor for sure.
Well, I mean, if he wanted to fight like Nate Diaz, like that dude right there, that was just all bad, man. Because that promotional stuff he do, that shit wasn't gonna work for that dude right there. That dude, all that talking shit, if anything, it had the opposite effect of what he was trying to do with that type of person. So, like, that was probably the wrong type of person for him to fight at that time for what he was doing.
Yeah.
But they were one and one in that fight.
Nate got up there, told him, "Fuck you, fuck that belt. I don't care."
Right. And it was a good promotion, and it was they went 1-1, and then did they fight 2 times or 3 times? I remember 2 times.
They fought twice. First time, Nate poked him out. The second time, Conor majority decision win, which I actually thought won. So,
but that was a good promotion. You had 2 guys that they didn't give a crap about whatever. But I'm gonna tell you,
you said you thought Nate Diaz won that second fight, DJ?
What was you saying?
Well, Nate did get the
victory. You said you thought Nate Diaz won that second fight?
Yeah, I thought Nate Diaz won that second fight.
That's the one they gave him the victory in, because he got a victory. I mean, they went 1-1.
First one, yeah, he got the first one. He didn't get the second.
The second fight is the one that I feel like but the first fight is undeniable. Nate out.
Your audio jacked up, DJ. Your sound.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go out and come back in. I see it bouncing when everybody else is talking, so I'm gonna have to go out and come back in.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he good, but like the promotion of that stuff, that dude was a good promoter for the UFC. It's almost like that Colby Covington dude with the red hat and all the foolishness that he was doing. Like some of them dudes, that's their shtick, and that is what they try to do to get more money. I mean, I ain't mad at it. I
tell you, Conor helped bring additional eyes to MMA, especially UFC.
He did.
He helped cross it over better than anyone else before him with boxing fans.
He did.
So I mean, the man don't done his thing, man. I mean, I understand why Dana lets him do crazy stuff and rise with him. It's because he sells, man. It's a business aspect.
Yeah,
he's done so well since his first boxing match. With that with the whiskey and all that kind of stuff. The boy, he get it done, man. I mean, he gets paid because people pay to see him, and then his business outside of the cage has been great. Apparently, I mean, this guy. What other fighter got a brand that's sponsoring the fights? I mean, big sponsorship.
But that's what I'm saying. When we were talking earlier about the guy who made the comment about the black fighters, like it's his lack of business part that's making his frustration, because he's talking about the guy that he's also relying on, trying to point out things, but he's only frustrated because he's not doing the things he needed to do. Like that's some other stuff up. Like if no matter what you feel like you're getting paid, you're in the ring, your face is promotions. You should be able to capitalize off that. And if you can't figure out how to do that in today's market, I mean, that's nobody's fault but your own. So like, I don't really buy into that stuff of the whole, like what the promotional company ain't doing. Because I mean, all of them got stuff going on. I don't see one of them who we could say that's like, this is just the best promotional company. So I don't even get caught up in that stuff. You signed a contract with them. You kind of knew what they were doing when they did it. Bob a certain kind of way.
Traditionally, promotional companies in boxing are supposed to promote the fighters. They're supposed to promote the fight itself in a great way. I mean, before there was internet, before there was social media, we knew when fights were coming out, big fights were coming out. We knew, and the fighters weren't selling the fights per se themselves so much. It was the promoters selling the fights. Now, when Tommy Hearns and Ray Leonard was fighting each other, yeah, Tommy Hearns, in my opinion, sold that fight more than Sugar Ray. But Sugar Ray had already branded himself and had a name and a strong following, so he didn't have to say much. He had commercials, endorsements and stuff like that. But the Don King was great at promoting fights outside of whatever the fighters did. Top Rank used to be good at it outside of whatever the fighters did, because you got to remember, boxers traditionally didn't speak much, and if they did speak, they didn't speak well. You had Ali change the game a little bit.
But Santos, right now, but as of we sit right now, as current day fighters, there's no promotional company that's taking up that role from back when you're talking about Don King and those guys. Like nobody's doing it. Like they all got certain deficiencies.
Well, hold on. I think Top Rank did a great job promoting Lomachenko, because Lomachenko didn't promote himself that well at all. I think Top Rank, that's an example of them doing a great job. Fury promoted himself a whole lot. He's sort of like an Ali type. He can talk it and walk it. I think Matchroom did a great job with AJ. AJ didn't talk a whole lot, didn't do a whole lot of standout stuff to make people think this, that. They did a great job with him. And I'm gonna say this. Think about this. Top Rank is being sued by Terrence Crawford. But look how much we know Terrence didn't promote himself or nothing. But since all that stuff been going on, look how out front he's been in front of cameras, and he might not be with certain people we want to sit with, but he's been promoting the heck out of himself as well. He's the one selling this fight more than it. Yeah, but out of those two fighters, because Spence, he's been greatly promoted himself. Because Spence don't do a whole lot of talking. He don't do a whole lot of selling of himself. He just do his thing. Neither one of these guys talk a lot, but Terrence Crawford's done a great job selling this fight.
But when I said that, I meant like when you're talking about Don King, he had a whole stable of fighters, right? It wasn't like when we talk about these promotional companies, you can always pull out one or two, which is going to be an exception. But they're not really promoting a stable of fighters. It's not happening. They all got like a star that they're promoting.
When you might not remember as much about this, but I'll bring this up. When Ali and George Foreman was fighting in Zaire, of course Ali sold the fight. George Foreman, any fight he was in, he didn't talk a whole lot, man. He didn't speak a whole lot at all. His first
he didn't. He didn't.
He was promoted well. He was knocking folks out left and right, and he got promoted well. Now and he was with Don King before the Ali fight.
Right,
So,
but that's to my
but I ain't
point.
saying-
That's more
I'm
than
not saying
Don
he
King
will
had
outlive
all
the
these
whole
different
career.
fighters though. Yeah, Don
Yeah,
King
Don-
had all these fighters that he
But
was promoting, not
you
just
know how
one.
he got him? You know how he got him though? Because you got to remember, Don King didn't just start in boxing. Don King jumped into boxing way after the fact of when Main Event, which was formerly, Top Rank was formerly Main Event. The affiliation with it was Bob Arum with the Nation of Islam Main Event and Ali. All right, and it ended up, the other two parties were not a part of the promotion anymore and became Top Rank with Bob Arum and his group. Now, the thing is, Don King wasn't around those early stages there. He come through later on. But Don King was doing such a great job with the fights that he was promoting. Fighters started seeking him as well as he was seeking them for promoting his fights. Their fights. Everybody still talks about it today, how great the cards. When Don put on an event, he put on an event. And everybody still talks about it today. The only fight I've been to that Don King promoted was when he brought to Nashville several years ago. It was an HBO broadcasted fight. Trinidad was on that card, and there was a light heavy guy that was pretty good back then. I can't remember his name. But anyway, it was a great card. It was a great show. Don gave some great fights. Even Arum talks about how much of a competitor he was.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Nobody's doing that right now. So it's like all these guys got like one or two fighters. That's it.
I'm not saying that that's what they're doing. I'm saying what they should be doing. That's part of their contractual agreement is to promote these fights and these fighters. That's what they're supposed to be doing. Because a lot of fighters don't talk a lot, man. They just want to fight, man. And you got fighters that will have these high profile.
Like my guy Shoo don't talk a lot, but guess what?
Yeah.
He's gonna stay active.
He gonna do that thing in the ring. You know what I'm saying? You got to promote a guy like that. If a guy ain't comfortable sitting behind the microphone in front of a camera and speaking, and he ain't doing a whole lot of little additional things outside the ring, outside the press conference. As a promoter, you got to do your job and promote that fighter. Because he's just accustomed to doing his thing inside the ring.
But I disagree with you. And the day and age that we in right now, Santos, these guys, they have to listen. You have to take some kind of PR, as some kind of way to build your name up. And today
I'm not saying you're not supposed to help yourself because time.
No, but that will be the promotional company's problem to get a PR person with him to help him with that. You can no longer just be the greatest athlete and make a boatload of cash. That doesn't work anymore in any market of any sports that we really think of. Even basketball, which is a team sport, they only talk about a couple players who got a backstory to them, no matter what team they go to. Same thing in football. It's a couple players that they got a backstory, that they follow them everywhere. That every time they do those segments, those guys were on. So PR has to be part of the promotional company. And that's probably what you're saying. That's part of where they're lacking, where they need to get somebody to talk and help these young dudes.
Now you're speaking basically what I'm saying. That's part of the promotion company's responsibility. That's part of it. What fighter goes out and say, "Hey man, I want you to be my PR person"? No, they don't do that. That's promotion. When they promoted fights, they promoted fights back in the day. They anytime you can draw in 100,000 people to a fight with no such thing as internet, no such thing as barely people had televisions, no internet, which was social media, and all you had was billboards and word of mouth and radio, pretty much, barely some television. Then those were promoters. They knew what they were doing, and it wasn't about the fighter necessarily every time, but his name did have a ring into it for fights. But when Dempsey and all them were fighting, man, they getting 100-some thousand folks to show up outside in the heat. Man, that's promoting, bro.
But Santos, there's another part of that too, the younger
promotion is more along the lines of just get me fights. Like, can you get me some fights? Just keep me active. I'll take care of the rest. That's what it seems like promotion is now with the emergence of social media, right? With the emergence of social media, you can see these guys' personalities more than anything. Like, we're really starting to see Keyshawn Davis's personality, whether people like it or not. We're starting to see Shakur Stevenson's personality, whether people like it or not. You know, and Jared Anderson and Shushu Carrington. Like, as much as we want these guys to be megastars, some guys ain't gonna be megastars. But we're starting to see their personalities in their social media. They've already got their core fan base. What a promotional company's responsibility, I think, to this day is put them on a platform where they can get even more exposure than what they were already cast a wide net, if you will. Keep them in front of people's faces. Like the best way to evaluate them is to keep them fighting. Keep them getting fights. Like keep Shakur active. Keep Keyshawn active. Keep Shushu active. Keep Abdullah Mason and Jared Anderson. People saying Jared Anderson is the next Riddick Bowe, the next great American heavyweight champion. Give him his own, like what they're doing now. Give him his own card. Keep him active. Keep him on ESPN. Keep him fighting. And I think that's the job of the promotional company now. Put up the money for the fight. Give these fighters a platform to showcase their talents. But the rest of this shit, I put a lot of that on the fighters, bro. Like, you say you want to be a star, but yet you want to be a recluse at the same time. You want to, like, this is not a dig at Errol Spence, like, but just for example, like, you can't be an Errol Spence or Artur Beterbiev. You can't just sit back on your farm in between fights and then say you want to be a megastar. Well, you got to be out here where the people can see you, feel you, touch you, right? Yeah. Not necessarily touch and feel you, but people got to see you and want to interact with you. So, and that's the difference between the fighters of today and the fighters of yesteryear. Because the only time we did see them is when they were at these other fights. So when we saw these other fighters sitting ringside at these fights, and they were at, you know, movie premieres and these big time Hollywood events and stuff, that was the only time we saw them. So when you see them, they're with other bigger stars and they're like, hey, champ, what's going on? When's your next fight? You know what I mean? But now you could just see the average guy, you know, hey, I'm just like you, man. I go to the gym and I do this and I do that. Uh-oh. We got to do something about that blackout time on this tablet. But yeah, man. So now you just see guys, you're able to interact with them without actually having to go out and interact with them, or just seeing them on the, you know, 2 sports channels that they had back then. What was it? ABC and ESPN, I think, were the only 2 sports channels, or ABC and CBS.
Just
ABC, only 2 sports channels back then. So
ESPN, ABC, HBO when they have fights. I mean, but too, like,
HBO came later. HBO didn't come until like the 80s, I want to say.
But the other part of that is to what you're saying. Like, look, at some point, if no matter what, these guys are contractors. Like, they're contractors. Like, you see basketball players and football players where they spend crazy amount of money to getting personal chefs and dietary, and they spend a couple $100,000 for some crazy amount of money to keep their in the nutrition and supplements and all the things they do, getting, you know, those chambers that they can sleep in and all these things. Like, that's part of the gig. And you also used to see those guys do like late night, Jay Leno or Letterman or whoever was on at the time. They go do those. They do cameos on movies where they necessarily have to say anything. They just be in the movie. Like, you just seen these guys move around a little bit different. These guys, they want to make the top money. You're going to have to get outside of the hardcore boxers to introduce yourself into those other things. They be on music videos. Like, we seen dudes do all kind of stuff to get themselves outside of their core fan base, and these guys aren't willing to do it.
But I don't know if all of them are not willing to do it, or they're just not getting the opportunities to do them. Because, see, again, the promoters and managers of these fighters should be making those opportunities happen for those fighters. That's what they're paying them. That's part of what they're paying them for. And so when
I put that on the managers and stuff.
Yeah,
right?
when you go back to all the fighters of the past and the present that have these big endorsements, they're doing all these commercials and stuff like that. They got people representing them, put them in these situations, giving them offers. I mean, they've received the offers in the representation of the athlete or celebrity, whoever it may be. Then they present it, the manager or whoever the agent is or whatever. They present that to the athlete or celebrity or whatever, and they say yes or no if that's something they want to try. But these guys have to be in a situation where they have these options. See, another thing that got T.O. head messed up about his value and the lack thereof or whatever, what he's not getting for what he feels his value is. He's got an endorsement with Bud Light. He's one of the few fighters that have that. So that made him think mentally, hey, I'm worth X amount, or I'm this great guy in the sport of boxing or whatever. And I understand that. But at the same time, he can talk it. So, he does bring excitement in the ring when he's at his best, but at the same time, all fighters are not so personable as far as like want to give enthusiastic and great interviews that excite people. Some people just want to talk how they be, how they talk at the corner. You know what I'm saying?
But I don't really buy into that, Santos, because look, man, who wants to go to the gym every day and run miles and work out? Like, we do this as regular people. That's not no shit you enjoy doing, but that you know what you have to do. Like that whole what you want to do and you're in a certain profession, that comes with the gig. Like, that's part of it. So if you're not willing to do that, that's cool. But just know that you're not going to get to the top echelons of money. It's just probably not going to happen for you like that way.
We're not just talking about the simple guys who are not ready for the fight when they get to the fight. We're talking about the upper echelon as well. We're talking about the Terrence Crawfords of the sports.
So he's not going to be a high earner.
He's poster
let's say a certain fight.
Hold on. He's poster child for a fighter not being promoted at his best. Now, when the ESPN made a name off their app because of Terrence Crawford, they used him first for that app. But being that his personality was not sitting behind a mic in front of a camera getting enthusiastic interviews is what hurt him. And they didn't push it hard enough like they should have. But they should have been encouraging him, hey man, go out, you need to go out, do this, do that, talk about this, talk about that. Not just ESPN per se, but his management team, which I think was Fat Boy at the time, as well as Bob's team. And they should have been educating him on how important it is he can do these things, how this will take you to the next upper echelon of your career. Now, these you got guys that come in, they already understand they need to sell something, so they come in the business talking. Keyshawn, he's talking early in his career, and it's going to pay off for him. As long as he keep winning, it's going to pay off.
But that's what I'm saying, Santos. That's not necessarily the management team's fault, though. Like, nobody's putting tape on their lips and stopping them from talking if they want to talk. Like, look, they're making a decision not to do that. Like, you could say they're not getting proper advice, bad advice, but these guys are making a decision to do this. They're choosing to do it.
Let me tell you something. When Mike Tyson became a professional, he wasn't known for talking a whole lot. He was known for whooping butt. But he was so good at whooping butt that his folks presented those opportunities to him, let him know they got opportunities for him, let him know what was out there for him. And fortunately, most of the time, you saw Mike Tyson doing some commercials. Mike Tyson wasn't, he can pronounce certain words, he could read, he could write, but he wasn't the most articulate as far as being comfortable as far as his articulation. But he became
I think you're wrong with that one. He has some of the most prolific.
Go ahead. My bad, Pittsburgh. Go ahead.
He has some of the most prolific press conferences ever. Like some of the best quotes ever.
Go back to his early part of his career before he won the title.
Oh yeah, initially early, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. At some point, what happened once he started talking though? That's what I'm saying. Like, look what happened when the guy started doing those epic ass press conferences. Look at the paydays that this guy was commanding.
What I'm saying, he got comfortable talking. They put him in situations where he was doing endorsements and commercial stuff like that. Then he got more comfortable talking behind the mic.
No, but
so he started after the fights. They would interview him in the ring, and he was saying, you know, what he did to a guy. Yeah, this is my job. You do this, you do that. I'm an animal. It's for my job. I'm a predator. I mean, it's my job to go out there and take his life. You know, it's saying all kind of crazy, but it's so. And he understood that at that point. He didn't.
But that's not anybody's fault. But listen, Centos, like this is where we differ. Like you're saying that the company or the promotional company didn't put him in front of that. What I'm saying is, even if they didn't, let's say they didn't. You're a boxer. You're in the landscape of boxer. They talk to other boxers. They look at the history. They study that stuff. They look at the big paydays and who's making it, and they see how these guys are moving. They're consciously choosing not to move in that manner of way. So they have made a decision, even if nobody told you that. You see it. You look at LeBron's contracts that he's had, where he was doing all those short deals, and he changed it. And you've seen all these other dudes follow behind him. You can look at football, the same thing when the market gets set, and these guys say, well, what did you do? And these guys are going to parties with each other. They're talking to each other. They have the same people. They know what's going on. Like, they're not ignorant of this stuff.
Guess what they have, though? They have a team of people guiding them and advising them as well.
Even if they got a team, they still talking to other fighters. They're talking to other people, bro.
Mike Tyson didn't come into the fight game in the professional level, figuring that he got to do a bunch of commercials. He came in the fight game, said he needed to test some folks' heads off. That's what he came in the fight. But his team let him know, we need you to do these things, do that, because his team saw that he was marketable. When these organizations see that when the business of whatever career, when you're a celebrity of some type, when the business sees that you are marketable, they're gonna make sure they do everything they can to make sure you're more marketable than you think you are. They're gonna get you in the right place.
But if somebody tell you to do something and you don't want to do it because that's not your thing, you haven't done it, you're making a choice. If you're not asking for these things, then you're making a choice.
But most people,
right? You're making a choice.
Hold on. Most people in the beginning of their career, who's good at what they do, but they don't feel so comfortable in front of cameras and all that kind of stuff.
Well, who feels comfortable though, Centos?
Let me finish, bro. They're not when they're not comfortable in the beginning. Most people are not comfortable talking behind a mic. I talk a lot, but I'm not always confident in talking behind a mic in front of a group of people. I talk a lot. Y'all know that. But what I'm saying, let me finish, bro. When a person is at that point early in their career, and before they get a bunch of money, they're not given a whole lot of opportunities to say no. They're told you got to do this, you got to do that. But then when they realize who they are and where they are, and they get their money right, then they start saying, "Nah, man, I don't want to do that." But early in their career, name me an actor or actress or any athlete who turns down things that they folks tell them they need to do in the beginning of their career before they get their money right, before they get their name out there right. It's hardly none of them turning anything down. It's after they get their
it's a whole list of them. But my point, but Centos, like you're giving these group of people all the power, and you're taking all the power away from the fighter, that he's not making a decision and he's not choosing to do this, and just to say that he's not comfortable. Like, in order for them to be good or great fighters, that whole process is uncomfortable. So the idea, because you're uncomfortable doing something, that you just don't do it, that doesn't make, like, that's just that to me, that doesn't jive. You to get into the ring and get punched in the face and figure out how to move around and not getting punched in the face, that's all uncomfortable. Like, the whole process of that whole sports period is uncomfortable. So the idea that you don't want to do interviews because that's not comfortable with you, that's part of the job. That's what comes with it. That's how that should be presented to these guys. Not that somebody got to tell you that, not that somebody got to hold your hand. They should be asking for commercials. Hey, that guy got a commercial. Why don't I have commercial? Even if your company is derelict in their duties, why aren't you asking for a commercial? Like, they have a short window, and at the end of the day, we can't blame anybody for anything that we have going on but ourselves at the end of this. Like no matter what happens,
I'm gonna tell you,
we got to take responsibility for what we got going on, and we can't be dependent on people, because if you depend on me and I don't do my job, and I lead you astray, right? And you just completely took your hands off the wheel and you didn't figure out what was going on, and you sleeping over there, and I done drove us in the ditch, in the canal, and everywhere else. Like, why didn't you wake up when the road started getting bumpy, when we went off the road, and you hit the grass? You never woke up.
That's a documentary you might need to go back and watch. I think it's on Netflix, or it's on Tubi. It might have been Tubi. I saw it. I forget. I think I saw it on Tubi. It's about Raymond Lewis, one of the greatest basketball players that we never heard of. You might want to go back and watch that documentary.
I just don't. And then the other part of that too would be like, listen, we've all seen people who make far less money who do better with their money than people who make a bunch of money. Like, the amount of money that you make doesn't project how much money you'll have.
That's after the fact. Because
no, it doesn't have to be after the fact. No, it doesn't have to be after the fact.
Listen, you don't get the money until you get you get notoriety. That's when
not
you get
true,
the money.
Santos.
Okay,
these guys ain't working for peanuts. They're not working for donuts and peanuts. They're getting money. They're getting paid.
We're talking about people that have made their name speak for themselves. Now you got, true enough, you got some athletes coming out of college, going into the professional ranks, getting fat agreements. You know what I'm saying? But they don't.
I'm not even talking about them getting the top. I'm saying you get any money. What you doing? What are you doing with the money?
They're not getting the best of the money until after they've solidified who they are on that professional level. Okay, a lot of people didn't want to take a chance on Michael Jordan, but some people saw the value in him when he first came in the league. Nike was one of them. So that money you talking about, that's out the fact. We talking about guys that are coming in. We're talking about boxers, okay, and we'll use them as an example. When these boxers come into the ranks, they ain't knowing what their value is exactly. They might think they do, and those guys will speak out and help sell themselves. But you got a lot of fighters that don't talk a lot. Errol Spence, let me tell you something. Errol Spence right now still don't talk a lot, don't do a lot of interviews. But I'm gonna tell you something.
Right.
I can be totally wrong. Hold on. I can be totally wrong. But I guarantee you, win, lose, or draw, after this fight right here, you're gonna see a lot of Earl in commercials and everything. Mark my words.
I don't think so.
Words. Watch.
Not based off of these promotions, unless something change. Man. I don't see either of these guys like really promoting it. I don't see it right now.
Let me tell you something. His lifestyle is about to change behind this fight.
Oh, he's gonna get paid off of the fight.
And I guarantee you're gonna see this man on some commercials.
I don't see it. Okay. But I mean, if he does, more power to him. I don't see it. More power to him if he does.
And guess who else you're gonna see more of? We already see more of him since he left Bob Arum. That's Terrence Crawford. But both of these guys are about to take a lift up in their career. Win, lose, or draw.
But Santos, neither one of these guys were doing anything. So they're going from doing nothing to doing. But wait, Santos, they're going from no promotion to some promotion, and it's not to the level of Ryan Garcia promotion. It's not at that level. Like, we're nowhere near that. So we can't act like these guys are these prolific promoters.
They're not TikTokers or Instagram.
Okay, but look at where they got Ryan Garcia. If like I'm not going to diminish what the dude did. Like, look at what type of promotion he got from that. Maybe they need to pick up the phone and call Ryan Garcia and have that guy walk him through some stuff.
Maybe you forgot part of our conversation. We were saying that some of these guys are like that. They come in understanding, selling themselves. They come in speaking out front, and they're not afraid to be out front. They want to be out front. And then you got a lot of guys that don't want that early, for the most part of their career, if not just only early part of their career.
But that's part of the job, though, Santos. Like, that's dismissive. That's part of the job, bro.
Don't forget what Terrence Crawford always said.
That's like you
going in. Look, Terrence Crawford always said, "Why I got to get out here and act this part and act that part? I'm fighting. That's their job to take care of this."
No, that's not. That's part of the job. It's part of the job, bro.
Let me tell you something. He was saying that because he understood what was in his contract. That's why he was saying, that was part of why he was saying that. The other part is he didn't want to do those things. Now, since he's not on the top rank, what is he doing? He's on social, he is trending so hard out here on social media. He's one of the most trending fighters anywhere in the internet space. He wasn't always that way, but he is now. Because he
no matter what we want to do, like if you deliver stuff all day, you don't want to talk to customers. That's part of the fucking job, though. You rather just go drop your shit off and leave. Every day a person go and deliver. Some days you don't feel like talking to people all the damn time, but that's part of the job.
Just like you talking about, there's certain fighters that don't mind, some fighters do. I don't mind talking.
No, but that's part. It doesn't matter. What I'm telling you is,
I have to sell my business. I gotta talk.
Santos, it doesn't matter what I feel like doing. If that's part of the job, you have to do it. Period. Like it doesn't. Our feelings about it, something don't matter. That don't make no sense.
Now let me tell you something, bro. Let me tell you something. If it depends on your well-being to speak when you don't have a person speaking for you, if you have any enthusiasm or any kind of get up and go about, if you worried about the next group of money coming in, you want to keep something in the pipeline, you have to promote and talk and sell yourself. Yeah, because you have nobody else doing it for you. But when you understand that you're paying somebody else to do things for you, and that's not part of your characteristics, then you're relying on them to do that for you. You might not be at the point of understanding that if you help out a little bit more yourself, that you get a little bit more. That's where Terrence Crawford was. He didn't understand the fact. He understood that he was paying his company a percentage of what he earns to take care of that stuff. And he didn't want to be doing all that. But now he understands that in order for him to get a little bit more, he's got to do a little bit more. Some men and women don't get it in the beginning, and some do. But when they do get it, they change. And I think you're about to see him. We already saw him change. It's going to get even greater for him. But we're going to see Earl change too. Guaranteed.
Well, I hope so for boxing and for these guys that they do promote more, because they need to. They need to push themselves. Because a lot of people don't know who the hell they are, and they should know who they are.
Now, Clarissa Shields, she come in to the professional ranks before she got to the professional ranks, and she was speaking because she knew. See, that was something different for her. The motivation was great. Was different because women's sports boxing was not always getting the money. They were taking a total back seat, if not third row, to the men. And she wanted to, make sure she helped put women's boxing in the forefront. And she wanted to make sure that she reigned supreme in the sport of boxing as the #1 female boxer. So she's been talking ever since she understood that coming in. But see, when you got guys who don't feel like they need to help the sport of boxing elevate to the next level, and they don't they only thinking, hey, I'm just gonna fight and get these dollars, and they take care of the promotion of the fight, and they're gonna put my name out there, and all I gotta do is keep winning. You got some guys coming in like that, that's their understanding. But when they start understanding more of the business sense of everything, they understand that they're not, what's that sound? They're not, they can get more if they participate more. That's when they change. A lot of them. A lot of them, you got folks come from the hood, man, that don't understand business at all. They don't talk a whole lot. They just want to do what they do best, fight, and get on to the next thing. If it's 10, if 500,000 is the world to them, they might feel like they have arrived once they get that 500,000. Not understanding that they can get even more if they help the situation themselves more. What they understand is, man, I can get this 500,000, which satisfied me, and these folks got their percentage of the money already that they get out of my money for promoting me making the world know who I am. So they want to go into their little space and not be, messed with. They want to live their private lives and all that, and that's understandable for some people. I totally get it, because just like a lot of celebrities complain about when they out in public with their friends and family, people mess with them, they don't want to be messed with. But at the same time, you guys, once they understand, they can get more. If they do a little bit more, if their passion is to get a little bit more, they'll do a little bit more.
Yeah, but like the whole problem with everything we saying, we see the same dudes that's complaining about this stuff. Like they missing the other side of this. They it's one thing to identify a problem, and it's another thing to figure out how to fix the problem, right? Like if you pay somebody that are under contract as a promotional company, you realize you cannot get out of that contract. You fussing and cursing and jumping up and down, it's not going to fix that situation. That's probably not going to be the best use of your time. It's another way to approach that. And I think the gap with that is the gap that we see here in society with some of these younger folks, younger men, where they're not going and talk to the people that's been doing that for a little bit longer to figure out how they need to move. Because even though that they're doing that, it's good for us to have something to talk about, but they're still not getting the result that they want, because promoters still isn't doing what they want. They might look good to us, but they're not really getting the result from doing that. Like there's a way to move around in some of these businesses that you have to have somebody on the inside that kind of tell you how you need to move. I don't know how to do it. You don't know how to do it, but I'm pretty sure like there's some dudes after you talk to a couple guys that's been ex-fighters of recent, they could be able to kind of help put you down on the game or talk to some other folks that you could do it. But when you completely ignore it, and then later on you get to the back end and now you're complaining, you look kind of crazy. You look real crazy. So like my thing is, if you don't care, cool. Just don't care. Don't worry about it until you worry about it. Then now you can't cry over spilled milk. Because the whole time you weren't caring about it, don't care about it. That's cool. Man, that's fine. If that's what you want to do, that's all right. I just don't like dudes that do the victim stuff, play the victim, and then want to blame everybody when you didn't do the things you needed to do. Like, don't do that.
But going back to the beginning of this conversation, there are times when the promotion companies don't do the best promotion for them.
No, we're absolutely correct. There's no promotional company. Let me be clear. There's no promotional company that's doing the best job of promoting all of their fighters. They all have one or two fighters that they really want to promote, and that's it. That's as far as my eye can see. They're not doing a fantastic job like that.
I think they're doing a lot less. Let me say this. I think they're putting less effort in now because of social media and all the different avenues they feel that a fighter could do on their own. They're doing less now, these promotional companies, in my opinion, than what they used to do before. And see, a lot of times when you got a big promotion company that's signing a stable of fighters, you know they selling these guys on what they'll do for them. That's part of the agreement, part of why they're influencing these guys to sign up with them. I'm gonna put your name out there. We're gonna make you a world champion. We're gonna make the world's gonna know your name. Your name's gonna be here. Your name's gonna be there. So a lot of times when fighters hear stuff like that, or any kind of athlete, they figure they can just go out there and do their job and go back in their little private sector and chill. You know what I'm saying? They don't feel like they have to get out there and do this and do that, especially if they hadn't matured in that level to where their personality is ready to be outspoken like that and out front. Because, some kids are still shy, even though they're great athletes.
Well, you know who dealt with that through his career twice was Andre Ward. You remember Andre Ward, the first dude, he got into a bad contract. He honored the contract. What was it? Jay Prince. I think it was Jay Prince. He had a documentary, Son of God, that he just had that's on Showtime.
I mean, Jay Prince came out. You thought the bad contract or the one out?
Well, both of them, because he said the first one wasn't that great. He signed it spontaneously. He was supposed to go home, talk to his wife or his girl or whatever she was. That was with Jay Prince, the first one. Then the second one was with the guy.
I could be wrong, but I know the second time he was with Rock Nation. And that was after his contractual issues. When he got finished,
that was the third one. That was the third one.
He got with Rock Nation.
That was the third one.
Okay.
That was the third one. The first one was Jay Prince. And then Jay Prince and him had some kind of agreement.
No, it was a management agreement with Jay
That's
Prince.
what I thought. That's what I thought. I don't think Jay Prince was a company that had the problem with it first. I think it was another company, and because him and Jay Prince are still cool to this day.
No. But this is what he said. Like, if you watch the Son of God documentary, what he said was that the contract that he had with Jay Prince, he shouldn't have signed it. He honored the contract. He felt like he should have got more, but he honored the contract. Him and Jay Prince did whatever business they did together, and then he worked with other promotions. So yeah, you're right, Cal. It had to be a management contract. Then he went into the second problem that he had that he highlighted as far as a contract issue was with that guy that he was sitting out with, the one that ended up dying.
That was Goosen.
Okay, yeah, him and Goosen had those issues for years, and then he ended up dying. I think after that, that's how he ended up in Rock Nation. I think that's what but I don't even know. Did he actually fight on the Rock Nation, or did he retire before then?
He was with Rock Nation.
No, he retired with Rock Nation. He retired with Rock Nation.
He had the Michael Jordan endorsement, and I think Jay Prince was still in part of his team at that time.
But what I'm saying is, the person like that will have a wealth of knowledge. But watch the doc. But the person like that's walking around that these guys have access to would have a wealth of knowledge when it comes to those type of things, just to give a person like, hey, what should I look out for? Those type of conversations. And I don't see these guys, like, I don't know what they're doing, but I know that there's some people out there that they have access to, that they could talk to about some of these situations before they get into it. And I think that a lot of these young folks, they think that they're just moving a different way, and they're running into the same walls that their elders ran into, and that's because of lack of knowledge that they're not really tapping in with some of these older guys. But just not even just that, with just a lot of shit that I guess it's youth and arrogance and exuberism, but some of that stuff they could tap in and not have to go through some of those issues.
That's true, but see, a lot of times these young men and young women are getting into deals that early in their career before they have the knowledge. They just happy to know they got a contract and they're going to be able to live a certain lifestyle. At least that's what they're thinking in their mind. And they get tricked into signing something that they shouldn't sign. I got feedback like something. But anyway, can y'all hear me okay? That's you, Cal.
Yeah, you good.
Hey, hit your mute for me, because I think I'm making an echo. Yeah, that's better. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, you can.
All right, now, and I think what happens is a lot of times they sign these contracts early in their career, and it's not the best. It's getting better for these younger folks coming into the different levels of celebrityism and things of that nature, but it's still a lot of trickery out there, and a lot of young people don't have the knowledge or have the proper team around them with the knowledge to guide them the correct way. A lot of times they just happy to get that upfront money, get their life in a different setting, get their family members in a different situation and stuff like that. But after they live a little bit and wise up a little bit, they
can you see that? Can you see that? Can you see the comment? Can you see that comment, Santos?
No, hold on.
Let's see what he said. Philip A said, I think he said you get what you negotiate. I think he's talking about Andre Ward in that documentary. It's like, yeah, if you got Showtime, just watch it. So it's a really good piece.
I'm gonna check. I've been meaning to watch it anyway. I saw his interview with Sean Porter on the Porter Way, but I'm gonna say this as far as that holds true to a certain extent, Philip. But at the same time, that doesn't escape the fact that a lot of our folks who lack the knowledge and have people in their corner who lack the knowledge, they still get tricked. They're gonna, you got people right now. Look at Mace and Puffy. Mace was an elite wordsmith. He rapped his butt off and had personality, all that. And he's complaining now about Puffy owing him money. Puffy say he don't owe him anything. Contractually, Puffy is probably right.
Yeah.
But was it a fair?
Right.
Was it a
No,
fair?
they get sued.
Was it a fair contract? Because Puffy had the people had a team that was much more knowledgeable about contractual agreements than Mace was at that time. So I mean, it's you know, a lot of times people just, you know, they are happy to get opportunities, and what they see is celebritism in the future. But the contracts that they sign in the beginning may not be what they need to do. Now, case in point, Nas. Thank goodness for him, he had somebody in the rap game who was looking out for him. But at the same time, he had enough sense, and they even advised him, don't let your attorneys look this paperwork over. So Nas came in with a strong contractual agreement that worked for him. Everybody don't get that opportunity, you know. Well, I ain't gonna say they don't get that opportunity, but everybody don't have the knowledge or have a person who wanting to make sure they're comfortable with what they're signing before they sign it. Some people want you to sign things way sooner. If they see that you and the people that you have with you are not on their level and they're not as versed or intelligent as you are, and they got this little mindset, you know, to go ahead and get all they can get out of you, they can contractually lock you in. Sure, they're gonna do it.
But that's why that was my point to Max Santos. But that was my point to Max Santos, because there's no fair in that. Like whatever you agree to and you sign to, businesses are not saying, hey, let me show you the books and show you what I'm making, and I'm just gonna split it with you. That's not what these do. No business does that. There's no such thing as like a fair. Nobody really gets paid what they're worth. Even if you look at LeBron and all the money he gets paid, nobody gets paid like a equals what is fair. Because even if you were in Miami when that guy came through, these businesses, this town made so much. Whatever they paid that guy, it wasn't enough money. Like I seen the effect. It don't even matter. So like I just think like sometimes some of these terms you just have to figure. You have to be more savvy with some of this stuff, and that's a choice.
Well, sometimes you also have to look at this. Let's say that you are the type of person that can bring so much value to the organization that wants you to be a part of their organization, or you want to be a part of the organization. You guys talk about it. You make an agreement. Now, your portion of the agreement is to bring your talent. Their portion of the agreement is to back it with money. So a lot of times, when it's, you know, situation like that, you may have the green light to say, this is your value, this is your worth at that time, not knowing what your value may be 10, 15 years later, or what your immediate impact, you know, may definitely be for the whole city. But at the same time, the agreement that you're making is not for the whole city. It's the agreement like LeBron. He wasn't making an agreement for the whole city. He made an agreement for that organization. So he didn't have to put any money into it. He had to bring his talent, his work ethic. So the company that he was making an agreement with, the organization, they put their money behind it. So him and his team probably felt like it was a great deal at that time. But he wised up after that because he see how effective he was for that organization and that city. So I'm sure when he went back to Cleveland, he did some things. Didn't make a lot of noise. But then as far as like business wise, and I ain't saying that he didn't affect that city greatly. I'm saying that we didn't hear a lot about his contractual agreements and all that up there in Cleveland.
Yeah, but
then he also went to LA and he did a whole lot of things probably a little bit different.
Yeah, but that's not like look, but look, Santos in Miami, it's so many things to do that people ain't got to pay attention to no basketball game. This is not Idaho. There's water down here. It's a port to get in and out of places quickly, from the cruise ships to the airport. But people would go.
He affected the city greatly. I was just saying, he didn't make the deal with the city.
No. But what I'm saying is that in this city, that is so busy that people stop what they're doing to go watch a basketball game and go crowd up around that arena, and everything around that arena costs more money. The arena costs more money. The TV rights, all that shit. Like in this city, this ain't no little pokey city. If you could do it here, I can imagine going to Cleveland when they ain't got all this shit going on. So it's impossible for that type of person not to have that kind of impact. It's literally impossible. So those guys never get paid what they're worth.
When you look at that particular situation, LeBron, the effects he had on the city of Miami, the effects he had on Cleveland, the effects he's had on LA. Before he gets to Miami, they have a Dwayne Wade and the guys around him. They've already won a ring.
Nah, Santos.
Hold on. They had already. Wade already had a win. Hold on. They had already been a championship team before LeBron got there. Not the whole team, but Dwayne Wade. And the Miami Heat, they went from just being some little expansion team to a bona fide team in the league.
Santos, I'm gonna tell you, because I was going to the games. Listen, before LeBron got here, they used to have friends and family for $30 to go fill up the bowl. But they used to fill up the stadium when Wade was there by himself. He couldn't do nothing.
Let me get my whole statement out, and then that'll be more cohesive what you're about to say. Let me get my whole statement out. I'm not just talking about Miami in particular. I'm talking about the whole the three places he's been. Now, when he the value that he had on the impact that he made on cities like Miami, he probably didn't foresee that because they had already established themselves in the league as a championship franchise. LA already established as a championship franchise. Cleveland didn't have that. So he probably saw his value greater in Cleveland than he did Miami before he got there. But then when he went back to Cleveland, he got educated after the Miami trip. He went back to Cleveland. He knew what kind of impact he could have as well. He knew how to win that championship. And before he went to LA, before he go to LA, he knew they were a franchise organization as well. But now they're not in a winning way. He gets there, and he helps uplift them, and they get a championship. He's coming in, fill the gap from what Kobe has retired. So his aspect in all three cities at different times is different, in my opinion. Now, go ahead and say what you were saying, because I was just trying to point that out.
No, but when Wade, before he got there, Wade was here by himself in Miami. When Wade was here by himself, whatever team makeup that he had, they could not fill up the lower bowls. So what they used to do, because of those TV games, they used to put Friends and Family Day, where they would let you come in to watch the fucking game for $30, and you get in the 100 section. That's what they had to do just to fill up the lower seats, so when the TV spanned around, that the fucking arena wasn't empty. When LeBron and them came, man, them tickets went through the roof. You weren't even getting in the nosebleeds for a couple $100. And the playoffs, you can forget about it. Like the first round of the playoffs, them tickets in the nosebleeds was like $1,000, something crazy. So like the financial impact that he had, if he knew or he didn't know, once he got here, he figured out real quick, like, nah, this is different, man. This dude is impacting, like, financially this entire city, like, in a way that these other dudes is not doing that. They not, like, they can, like, Wade could not do that. He wasn't doing it before. When the year that they ran, they had that run into the playoffs. Yeah, in the playoffs, people participated in the game, and that's another thing here. Because there's so much to do, people not going to regular games. You were going to a regular game, and they just playing whoever, and them things was packed. Those things were sold out. You were paying some astronomical prices. Like, that wasn't happening before he got there. So I think, like, how he moved after he left here, that just reflected it, because this is a major city. You could do that here, you could do that anywhere. And now, this year coming up, I believe he's owed $45 million this year, 45 this year in LA, and probably the same for the second year. So, I mean, he's getting his money now. I mean, he ain't doing that Wade, because remember when Wade left Miami, he had to go to Chicago his last year because they didn't want to pay him, because he kept taking all those discount deals, and he got to the end and he felt like, okay, yo, you guys should take care of me because I've been taking all these discounts, and they didn't want to do it. And he got pissed off and he had to go to Chicago for his last year to get paid because Miami didn't want to fucking pay him.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying, but I'm just saying LeBron's knowledge on the business aspect and how his impact, how he impacted the businesses of everything for the city as well as the organization was greater after the fact, after he went there. Still when Dwayne Wade won that title for Miami, you had Shaq down there. And Miami was getting a lot of attention nationwide, a lot of attention. So they had Shaq. He had a long morning coming off some type of sickness, and playing pretty well that season. Gary Payton was down there with Shaq. They had a squad. They had some impact. But at the same time, I understand what you're saying. They didn't always have that in Miami. I know they didn't. Tickets used to be cheap, but when that market value went up, I don't care what players on the team. When you win a championship, your market value, that organization's market value increases, just like Denver market value is about to go up because they just won this title. Las Vegas, the hockey team. I hadn't kept up with it. I don't know if they were the 3-1. If they won the Stanley Cup, their value is about to increase. Matter of fact, the Nashville Predators, they haven't won a Stanley Cup yet. They've been in the fight, been in the hunt, and been in the playoffs game. But I'm gonna tell you something. Before they was consistently in the playoffs game, everything you were talking about Miami was doing with the family thing and all that, they did all that with the Predators too. But at the same time, when they start going to the playoffs after that first year, they start consistently being in playoffs. Man, those tickets are hard to. You got to pay money for those tickets. There's no cheap tickets. I used to get tickets free. Ain't none of that going on in the city anymore. So when these teams when they win on different levels, their market value increases, and that's understandable. So you got to pay a little bit more. The Titans used to get free tickets for that. And they've been losing more than winning the last decade, in my opinion. But the tickets are not, are free. They're not free.
Well, and then it depends on the player too, because like what they do in basketball too is like they don't have a set price. So if you play certain teams, the tickets cost more money. They got like this flex thing where they charge more money for certain teams than they do other teams. So depending on the team that the home team playing, you could pay more or you could pay less. It just depends on who the hell you playing. That's the part of the game.
After the Titans went to the Super Bowl and lost, those ticket values went up. And they've been up ever since. They go up every other season.
Yeah, they don't go down. Once they set a price, it ain't going back down. It's going to stay up there.
After the Predators was in the playoffs for the second season consecutively, there wasn't no more free tickets. They got sellout game after sellout game, man. I'm just telling you, it's not. Yeah, the player makes an impact, but at the same time, if those teams are won on certain levels, it ain't gonna matter what players there or not, because people are excited about the team. They see that their team can get to a certain level, and they're gonna buy tickets.
Yeah, but it depends on the player. Like look, when LeBron come there, you more. There's a 90% chance, almost 95% chance you going at least to the playoffs, right? Now, if you're gonna win or not, that's a whole nother thing. Same thing with Tom Brady with Tampa Bay when he went to Tampa Bay, and as soon as he went there, they sold out with the season tickets and all that because they knew they was going to the playoffs. Yeah, you had a lot of fans thinking that he was going to win, but the point is that their expectation level changed. Everything just changed when they get certain people, and then certain people got not only the performance, but they got that celebrity status. Like Tom Brady got celebrity status. No matter where he go, whatever team he decided, he go to Cleveland. If he could decide to go to Cleveland, they're going to sell that shit out right away, immediately. That's going to be a sellout. Whatever team he decides to step on the field with, it ain't going to matter. Because that guy he's that guy. People want to see him. It's a story behind him and everybody interested, good, bad, or otherwise. That's just what it is.
I'm going to tell you, before the Titans went to Super Bowl, they had Eddie George, they had Steve McNair, they had Blaine Bishop, they had Javon Curse, they had a few other select players that went on to have great careers. But before they went to the Super Bowl, them tickets weren't all that pricey.
Oh,
they were
yeah.
easy to get. Some of them were free and everything. Ever since they won that they went to the Super Bowl, they have had sellout season. Well, during that particular season, they started selling tickets out, games out. Yeah. But after that season, every season has been a sellout. These tickets are sold before the season starts because most of them, because the season passes. You know, I'm a season ticket holder. These tickets are already sold. The tickets that we see that are for sale, by the time the season starts or right before the game starts, are reseller tickets. People like myself or some people that's just trying to sell tickets for the business of it are reselling these tickets. These tickets are not being sold by the organization, the Titans, or the organization that sells the tickets per se. These are resale tickets. The boxing match, the one, Spencer and Crawford, those tickets were sold out in 12 hours. Yeah. Every ticket out there right now, reseller tickets. So they don't care as far as the organization who's promoting these events. They don't care if them tickets resell or not. They don't care if the seats are filled or not. They already been paid for them.
Yeah.
So the thing is, Derrick Henry, he's been with the Titans for a number of years. He's done a great job. We love him. We don't want to lose him. His first couple of seasons, he didn't make any noise because they had him backing up or whatever, coming in, for a few downs at a time. He wasn't starting the first 1 or 2 seasons. Now he's been killing it. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, we were losing. And we still have sold out seasons. He's been.
But the way that football stuff's set up,
basketball,
like them dudes, they can't. Yeah, the football, they can't. Those dudes can't really. They can't afford not to get as much money as they can because they play for such a short window. They got to try to get all the money they can get. That means going to whatever team they can get to. It don't even matter.
We were talking about the impact these players have on these teams and the knowledge they have about the impact they have. But what I was, then I alluded to the fact of James, he got more educated after he saw that going to Miami. But before he got to Miami, he didn't know exactly how he was going to affect that city, business-wise overall. So the thing about it, but what I was also pointing out is that ever since Miami won that title, which was way before James come there, their value went up. Win, lose, or draw. They were selling more tickets at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of fell off. It fell off a lot, but then, look, that guy, there's winning a title, and then there's having certain people on certain teams, like we remember what Michael Vick did back in the days, and Allen Iverson. Some dudes are just rock. There's being the best, and there's being a rock star within being the best as well. That's a weird. Everybody ain't got that kind of it for whatever reason. People want to see you lose, whatever the case may be. Where people are actually constantly talking about these guys. That don't really happen all the time. Where even when they have segments of basketball and football where they just keep bringing up these guys' names. And that makes the segment when these sports people are having their shows that they got to talk about Brady. Every single time they got to talk about LeBron. They got to talk about, certain names they just got to talk about. It's part of the stick. That's when you know that those guys are relevant in that sport on a different level. All of those guys have a big, big imprint, those guys that are like that. But it ain't a lot of them. It's only a couple of them in each sport, if any. Some of them don't really have that many of them. And those guys are well aware of their imprint, the ones that are on those kinds of levels. And sometimes that ain't even being the best. It's two things that go into that. It's your celebrity status and your history of what you've done kind of go into that. And what fans remember you as. So I don't know. And the topics, and also those guys that are having those shows, they got to get attention. So whatever they can talk about to get attention that people are interested in, they're gonna keep talking about that. So if they keep talking about Brady and Brady keep giving them attention, that's what they're gonna keep on talking about. And it only helps to promote Brady over and over again. And now I'm gonna talk about it. They made a fucking you see they got a movie with that guy, with Brady. Like they made a whole movie and sent it to the movie theater and everything with these old white ladies that's about to retire that they traveling around trying to see Tom Brady.
Yep.
So I mean that's a different kind of level of celebrity than just a regular athlete. That ain't no normal shit. It ain't even really about football like that. It's just these old white ladies who wanted to go to see Brady. That was like their lifelong dream, and they all got together. Like that ain't what they do normally. They usually do like a documentary about a player, and that'd be the end of that shit. They don't do shit like that. So I mean, it's just a little bit different when you're dealing with some of these guys are just they uber stars. You can kind of tell it. And they kind of catch hell for it on both ends, though.
But, well, you know, most fans and most sports enthusiasts, analysts and stuff like that, they understand once in every other decade type of athlete, once in every other decade type of actor or something like that. They understand what they're looking at. When a person show their greatness early in their career, most of us can see it. We can see it, you know, and you know, you got your Iversons, you got your
Michael Vick,
Kobe Bryant's, Michael Vick, you got the LeBrons, you got even Lamar Jackson. Believe it or not, he may not be Tom Brady, but the man has affected his team in a positive way. And,
I don't know if he got that cold-like following like these other dudes, though. Like, then I got to be fair to these guys because it's kind of hard for them to recreate that whole Allen Iverson effect or the Michael. Like, we probably never gonna see nobody have that kind of Michael Vick shit. That's not even fair to really. So I guess that to me that wouldn't even be fair to compare nobody to that dude. That dude impact that he had, that shit was crazy. We was both around. That shit was nuts.
We won't see that. We won't see that for a long time. But
that shit was crazy.
An inspiration. That was an inspiration for the Lamar Jacksons. Michael Vick, who's he inspired by? In my opinion, it was my man that was playing for Philadelphia, Randall
Cunningham and Moon. Yeah, but like when that guy when he came in the city,
running aspect, that was Randall Cunningham.
Yeah, but when that guy but what I'm saying is like during that time, you could be no matter what, it didn't even have to be football season. You go outside and somebody got a Vic jersey on all day. You're gonna find one person riding around with like the Vic shit was just that shit was nuts. Michael Vick was just nuts.
Iverson was nuts.
Crazy, Allen Iverson was crazy too.
LeBron James.
Because remember,
Michael Jordan.
No, Allen Iverson. But remember, Allen Iverson used to go and play basketball at that running shoot down there in Atlanta. So a lot of regular people were just bumping into Allen Iverson because he'd be a lot of places where regular people was. So it just drove it even crazy.
Don't forget though, this guy came in with this swagger that changed.
Yeah, he did.
The
Georgetown.
Of not only the league, but the kids watching the league.
Yeah.
He did that, you know. And so it got to the point where it was so effective that the NBA told their players, if you want to be in this organization, you have to dress according to this way here, not the Allen Iverson way. So that's strong. You know, that's some Michael Vick level type stuff right there. Michael Vick, he brought his swagger in. Next thing you know, the football players got cornrows.
Yeah, you see them cornrows in basketball before either one of those guys either. Yeah. Basketball or football like that.
We call them braids, but you know they don't call them cornrows, so we're gonna let them have the cornrows. You know what I'm saying? So all this Michael Vick affected Allen Iverson, and it goes on. You know. Now let me tell you this: the craziest thing about it. From that area, Michael Vick, Allen Iverson, Randy Moss, and White Chocolate. From that area. All four of them are phenomenal athletes, man. White Chalk is one of the coldest white dudes we ever seen. Freak that peel. Freak that rock, man. He that boy's cold, man. Williamson, what's his first name?
Jason Williams.
Jason Williams. Jason Williams.
Yeah, Jason Williams.
One of the coldest to freak that rock, man. I'm telling you. But they had just think of all those, and they weren't too many years apart.
Yeah.
You know, Moss and Williams, they played together, and they weren't too far removed from Allen Iverson's era.
Yeah.
And then the Michael Vick. I mean, man, that's man, them dudes up there, they affected professional sports and different. Look at Randy Moss. Could have been as cold in basketball as he was in football.
But Randy Moss, remember Randy Moss,
baseball player too.
Yeah, but Randy Moss also said that he played when he wanted to play, and he just had supreme talent, man. Like when he hit the field, he was just different. You could just see, like it was different. Like same thing with Terrell Owens. Terrell Owens, that's another one. He never took no plays off, just a supreme talent, man. Super talent.
Jason Williams said the greatest athlete he's ever seen and ever played with is Randy Moss. He said because not only was he great in football, but he was great in basketball, if not greater, and great in baseball. He said he looks at a guy when he said he calls him a great athlete when he's great in everything he's ever seen him attempt to play.
Yeah.
And he said he's way better than me in all these things. You know what I'm saying? This is just recent. And I always felt that Randy Moss was like that. And anytime a man say he can turn it on and turn it off when he wants to, and we can't tell that that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's making great plays. He all that. Michael Vick.
Yeah, that dude was ridiculous. Man.
Look what Vince Young did on the collegiate level. Look what he did on the collegiate level.
Man. Yeah, he was nasty too, man. Yeah.
I mean,
on the collegiate level, you had a few dudes. Remember we had what was the name of that dude? Notre Dame, the Rocket. Remember the Rocket? That last game he played where he was just all over. Yeah. The Rocket was man in college, man. He was everywhere. But when he got to the league, not so much.
He had a younger brother came up and did some things too.
Yeah. But that last game he played, I think he was doing kickoff returns, scoring touchdowns, catching passes, coming out of the backfield. He was doing everything.
I'm gonna tell you a name you probably don't remember. He played for Alabama. He was a cold cat, but he didn't pan out as well in the NFL like we hoped he would. And let me say that Allen Iverson was cold in football himself. That was his first love, football. But anyway, there was a guy that played for Alabama. He's an Alabamian, and he didn't have as great of a professional career as we thought he would, and he wasn't a big guy. And that was David Palmer, man.
Oh, I remember him.
I
remember him. Yeah, I remember him.
He did a little bit of everything for Alabama. You know,
I remember, but he
gave
came out.
himself a lot of problems, though. He was drinking, getting DUIs.
Wasn't he around when Andre Ward came out? Wasn't he around when Andre Ward hit the Heisman? That was about the same time frame, wasn't it? Maybe a little bit earlier than that.
Talking about Charlie Ward.
Charlie Ward, I'm sorry. Charlie Ward. Wasn't that around the same time frame, a little earlier? That might have been a little earlier.
He didn't I think Charlie Ward came out before he did. You know, Charlie Ward was good at basketball as well as football.
Yeah, but he won the Heisman, and they need to get that dude a shot.
They had a Heisman Trophy winner in a national title.
Yep, never gave that dude a shot. Yeah, they wanted straight up. Every team was telling him he needed to be the receiver, and he just said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna go play ball. I'm gonna go basketball. I ain't finna fuck with that." He never got an opportunity quarterback at that time.
But he was so well because it wasn't a lot of black athletes
at that time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That David Palmer, I think that's around the same time. I think that's the same time.
David could play. He could run. He could do. He was the running back. He was a quarterback. He was a return punter. Return kicker. He did a lot of things, man. He was just as cold on defense in high school as he was offense.
Yeah, that dude that was nasty.
Now Charlie Ward made the right decision because they were not going to give him the opportunity to quarterback a team in the NFL. So he wasn't a big guy either. You know what I'm saying? So he made the right decision because he was just as solid on the basketball court as he was the football court.
and he played a lot of years in basketball too. Like more importantly, he would have never played that many years in football. Never.
No.
He would have been like a punt returner or a receiver or some stupid shit. That's what they was trying to stick him at. It was not trying to let that man be no quarterback.
He had a shot at winning the national title as well as in football as he did in basketball when he was in college. You know, Sam Cassell ran the guard positions in college together. They were 1 and 2.
Nasty.
Yeah. Yes, he was.
That was true.
Sam had a high IQ. He had a high IQ for the game. Very high IQ. That's why it was nothing for him to get into the coaching ranks. I'm surprised he's not a head coach already.
Yeah, but you like that time period, you had a lot of dudes that kind of changed a lot of that stuff. Because remember, UNLV came out when they had Larry Johnson and all them boys that was over there, and them dudes right there, they kind of they changed between them. You had the Georgetown that was pumping out all those athletes, and they kind of set that whole market up with the way they moved around in college and how they changed that, because those dudes were like celebrities. And then you had the Fab Five came around that same time. Right. That whole college scene was different. Like you had grown men walking around and never went to a college before with college gear on, with Georgetown gear on, with UNLV game on stuff on.
I'm gonna tell you what helped stop the road that the UNLVs, the Michigans, and the Georgetowns had. What stopped their road for them affecting the league in a way that it was more to the advantage of the black athlete in those leagues is Duke University. That's what stopped. Because if Duke hadn't beat UNLV, the second time UNLV was going up, if they hadn't beat Michigan, sky would have been the limit for a lot of those players back then as far as money. But when they lost to the Dukes, you know, it was like a black and white thing. It was like the blacks against the whites. You know, even though Duke, the reason they won because of those black players. That's not getting
they had who they had I can see his face.
Who was a white dude.
And
Travis Hurley. They were the key white guys. That's where it's Cherry.
No, they had a black dude.
They had two black dudes. Yeah, it was Grant
Hill. There you go. Grant Hill was balling.
I'm getting to it. That's why I'm saying that it was the black athletes.
Yeah, it's a mix.
More they want to give credit to, but they gave Christian Laettner more shine than any of those guys. But Grant Hill,
and you see how they hyped that dude up all the way up into the NBA where he got on the fucking Olympic team over Shaq.
Yeah,
that shit was crazy, man.
No.
They went over.
I ain't gonna let y'all do that. I ain't gonna let y'all do that now.
Shaq came later.
Christian Laettner. Christian Laettner was that dude.
He was good.
He was cold.
He was good.
College, not NBA.
Okay. Tell me this. Take Grant Hill and Antonio Lang off that team. And keep Christian Laettner there. And put a couple of.
He was good in college. He was a great player in college. He was great in college.
Bro, what are you talking about? He won without.
In college, he was great.
He won one without Grant Hill.
That might have been the first one. But he has somebody. But hold on. It was some more brothers there before Grant Hill. What's that other brother name that was there?
Come on, Davis.
Nah, that first one.
Davis.
The first one.
Davis.
Yeah.
And somebody else was there.
Yeah, but that first one they won it. That first one before Grant Hill, they got that because of Laettner. He was great in college. He just won NBA stuff. That wasn't it.
But Laettner was look. I ain't taking up from Laettner. Laettner was all that. He wasn't Larry Bird, but he was all that.
In college, not in NBA.
Like this here, I don't think that he could have won if he didn't have those key players. The one I'm talking about. Grant Hill got there. He had a key player that was a brother. To help brought that team to where it needed to be.
Yeah, you talking about Hurley. You talking about Robert Hurley.
No, that was Hurley.
Yeah, was 3-point shooter.
Travis Hurley was point guard. That was a white guy. I'm talking about
but he was killing it.
Davis, and there was another player there before Grant Hill got there.
Oh,
those are the two. Those are the
Davis
two,
and somebody else.
Those are the two guys.
I can't remember who it was.
But I don't think Okay, just like Michael Jordan, he one of the greatest players I've ever seen lace up a pair of sneakers and play basketball. But I don't think he could have been as successful if he didn't have the key players like Scottie Pippen and a few other players that fill those roles. So my thing is, Mike couldn't win by himself, and Leitner couldn't either. But
Leitner wasn't
more
that
effective than people want to give credit to.
But I'm saying,
but Leitner wasn't that guy in the NBA showed it.
The team. No, that's not
in
true.
College.
No.
College, NBA is not good, bro.
Wrong team, bro.
Leitner was good. He wasn't used.
Nah, he ain't going no wrong team, man. He was not good in the NBA, bro. That dude was trash, man. Stop it. No, he was not. He was not good.
Some NBA players say different. Some NBA players say different.
Dude,
he was not good.
They said he was good.
The reason why. Dude,
the
reason why, hold on. The reason why he made the USA team over Shaq is because he was killing Shaq in college, dog.
Yeah, he was.
That was college, man.
Not
the NBA, bro. That was college, man.
He didn't do as much damage head up as they try to act like he did. I was watching.
No, he did. Not in college. Shaq was killing everybody at LSU, bro. Stop it.
Hold on.
Shaq himself said he was.
But listen. When they played games, when they playing other teams and stuff like that, he was doing his thing, no doubt about it. But the thing is, Shaq and LSU wasn't winning as much as Duke and Christian Laettner were. If Shaq
Shaq ain't even stay there that long. Shaq didn't even stay there that long.
He came out after his third season. I think I had that fight.
He came out quick.
No, he stayed a couple seasons. He was down there with Chris Jackson and everything. He stayed. He played at least three seasons. But that season that he got to fight was his third season, and that's when he was done because I think it was tournament time or something when that happened. But
either way, Christian Laettner was not that. He was not that good in the NBA, bro. College, he was all that. He was the man in college.
I'm not gonna say he was Larry Bird, but he was a bona fide player. Let me tell you something.
No, he wasn't. Man. He was not no bona fide player in the NBA, bro. Stop.
He kept a job in the NBA as long as he wanted. And you're not gonna do that just because you got a size to you or whatever. You got at the time when
he was good. He was a decent player.
Solid.
He wasn't trash. He was a decent player. He was a decent player. He wasn't no good and great player.
But I'm gonna say this, man. If you make the NBA or you make the NFL, if you make the roster, you got a contract and you dressing. Which, if you do those other things I just said, you're gonna be dressing. You doing a whole lot more than a whole lot of other people couldn't do.
Hey, can y'all read this? Hey, can y'all read this or do I need to read this for y'all?
Yeah, read it for me. Because I'm driving and I can't see that small print.
Yeah, we can't. I can't see it either. I'm driving too.
All right. The white boy ate me up. Shaquille O'Neal. Real about losing the dream team. Shaq makes it clear about his college nemesis. Christian Laettner was better. That's from Shaq himself. That's from Shaq.
In college. Yeah, in college. I don't
give a fuck where it was at, man. That's
of course in college. He was a hell of a player in college, bro.
But what I'm saying is people keep saying like, oh, how did he make the USA team over Shaq? That's why, bro. He was better. And let me tell you something. The team that Christian Laettner went to, had he went to a different team, bro, he would have been a way better person. He would have been a way better player, bro. The coach that he had when he got drafted, didn't even want to listen to Coach K called the guy and tried to tell him how to coach Christian Laettner, and he didn't want to do that, bro. Because he didn't like Christian Laettner, and a lot of times
was that he went to initially? I forgot.
The Hawks.
The Hawks? Who?
The Hawks.
I don't even remember who the coach was at that time.
I didn't know. Oh man, old man. It
was a dude. The dude played for NC State, and he coached at NC State after a few years ago. Let me see, bro. Let me see.
I gotta go on mute. This old man gonna talk me to death, man. This is my last stop too.
No, he was a good player in college, Kyle. I ain't saying that. I'm just saying he was good. He was good. He was like a Scalabrini in the league. That was it. He wasn't trash. He's decent. That was about it, bro. Scalabrini played a long time in the league.
Sidney Lowe was the coach.
Oh, God. I don't even remember his name. He must have been trash.
Yeah, that motherfucker was terrible. And the thing was, like Coach K was trying to tell him how to get the best out of Christian Laettner, and that nigga was like, I don't want to hear about that. I don't care about that. This is a man's game or some dumb shit like that. He said he got fired from there. So it's like it really depends on where you go. People don't understand that, man. Like a lot of these coaches, man, they kill these kids' careers, man, before they even get started, bro.
Yeah, I don't know about that coach. I don't even know who the fuck that is, so he had to be booty trash. Like, okay, so saying that, Kyle, who do you think is the best NBA college coach? Well, we got to rank. If we rank out the top 5 of college coaches, who do you think are the top 5?
Like, are alive.
Like all time, in no specific order. Like just top 5 college coaches. Yeah.
I mean, Coach K off top. That's number 1, numero uno. It ain't even fucking close. Coach K is the best. Period.
All right, your boy Georgetown. What's his name?
John Thompson.
John Thompson.
Great. I mean, we gotta go
North
Wooden
Carolina.
Because what he did, like Wooden, we gotta go with Wooden.
Okay, Wooden. That's 3.
You gotta go Dean Smith off top.
Dean Smith. That's 4. So that 5 spot we gonna put in there.
You gotta either go Bobby Knight or Roy Williams.
What about your boy that was getting on them one and dones and getting them to the championship? What's his name?
Come on, man, no.
Nah, dog. I mean, he was winning, man. I mean, he get them dudes for 1 year, and he won a bunch of titles off of that, man.
But my man, you gonna put him over Roy Williams?
I mean, he got a case, man. Look at how many championships he got.
He don't got
with players he only got for a year. Huh?
He don't got more championships than Roy Williams, though.
But he only get these guys for a year. Like he ain't getting guys that.
That don't matter.
Okay, all right. So you got okay. Let's run the list again. So you got Wooden, you got Thompson.
Hold on. First and foremost, Mike Krzyzewski.
Oh, I forgot about him.
No, don't forget about him. He's number 1.
So who we taking off the list then? We only got 5.
No, Coach K was already number 1. Coach K number 1 off top. And he on the list. All right.
So we got K. Okay, we got Coach K.
Are we doing women or are we just doing men?
No. Men's college basketball.
Right,
top 5. Top
Philip
5.
H.
Men's.
Philip H.
What Philip H. got? We just doing men. Yeah, I don't know enough about women's to be on that.
I mean, you gotta
play that game.
So John Wooden. You gotta give him the respect of what he did. Coach K.
Okay.
Dean Smith.
Dean Smith 3.
John Thompson.
4. And who we had 5? Man, what did we just say? We just said somebody's name. I forgot that damn quick.
I'm saying because we had a few people, but it was like
I feel like we missing somebody too, man. We had Calipari. I can't even say the guy name.
You got Calipari. You got like my boy say Tark. You got
Tark ain't win though, bro. Like that's the problem with Tark.
Yes, he did. What are you talking about?
What did he win? How many we won?
He won an
Bobby Knight. Oh, I forgot about Knight. Yeah, Philip Bay say Bobby Knight. I forgot about Bobby Knight.
I said Bobby Knight or Roy Williams.
Yeah, that's over there. We got to fight this last spot out. Yeah, Bobby Knight. Bobby Knight got a hell of a man. How many did he win? I wonder how many he won.
And you got to go either Bobby Knight or Roy Williams. Now, if you really want to get technical, we can put some of these. We can put the all black college. We can put them in there from when they had their runs and shit like that.
Yeah, but it's hard to do that because those leagues were so. I don't even know. I don't know those coaches like that. They probably have some hella fire coaches too.
Dog, like I'm like basketball is really my my number one, love and shit. So I a lot of that shit I know about because they beat Duke. So like he back in the day, nobody would play a black school, but Duke played the black school and they beat the shit out of Duke at that time.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I remember they did that movie like that where they had Pat Riley on that team that got their ass whooped on one of those teams like that.
No, it was it Pat Riley? Yeah, Pat Riley was playing for Kentucky.
Yeah, Pat Riley's on one of the teams they got their ass whooped.
Yeah, it's whipped. But yeah, I mean, you got to go Coach K, you got to go John Thompson, you got to go Dean Smith, you got to go John Wooden. Yeah, I'm gonna go Bobby Knight because
How many titles did Knight get though? I feel like he got like a lot of. I think it feel like he got like 3 or 4. I feel like he got like 3, at least 3.
Let me see.
I feel like he had a few of them. Man. Bobby Knight was the shit. He coached a lot of great players into the league. Man. Fucking crazy as shit. Now there's no way he could coach right now. Like that kind of coach would never make it right now.
No,
not the way these players. They'll throw his ass, run his ass out of there. Man. Bobby Knight, man. What else did we have, man? I feel like we had another coach or two that we kind of overlooking.
I'm trying to figure out how many championships he got. He got 3 national championships.
3 of them. See, I know he had
3 of them shits, boy.
Yeah, that dude, they're legit, man. Bobby Knight was the shit I think he reigned for like a decade, man. He's putting in that work for a good hard decade.
Tubby Smith.
How many Tubby Smith? I don't think Tubby Smith had as many as Bobby Knight, though.
Yeah. Let's see. Tubby. I know he got 1, at least 1.
I don't think he got more than Bobby Knight, though.
Nah, hell no. No, a lot of people don't.
Yeah, we feel like we missing a bunch of people, though.
Yeah, he got 1 national championship. Let me see. John Chaney.
What about this dude that what's that motherfucking name? Oh, I looked it up. Rick Pitino. What about Rick Pitino, man? That's another one. What you feel about Rick Pitino? Yeah, he might be able to get in there, man. Rick Pitino got some shit. How many Rick Pitino had, man? He had to have a few of them motherfuckers.
Let me see. So John Chaney, he didn't get a national championship, but
he didn't?
Nah. He got close hella times, but he didn't win one. Who you say? Pitino?
Yeah, Pitino. Oh, he said Pitino coached the O'Bannon brothers. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he had I think Rick Pitino, because he won some in Kentucky and he won some in one in Louisville before he got
Pitino
all that
was the shit. Yeah, before he got caught up in, I forgot what they ended up getting. I forgot what he got caught up in. I don't even remember.
fucking with them hoes.
Yeah, that'll get you every time, man.
Yeah, being too aggressive with the bitches.
That'll get you every time, man. He was man, and then after that, he never coached anywhere else. After that incident right there, I thought he was gonna get picked up somewhere else, and he never went anywhere else, man.
So he at UMass right now.
Oh, he's still playing? I mean, still coaching?
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I ain't know Patino was still coaching. I ain't hear nothing from him. I thought he was out there.
Oh, he only got one national championship.
You for real?
Mm-hmm.
I could have like that dude got more.
I could have sworn he was with Louisville when they won.
I felt like he won more than that. Well, I mean, the Google saying a lie. That's what the Google say. What about your boy from Bowman? I can't even say that motherfucking name.
What you talking
about? Jim Bowen.
Jim Boeheim?
Boeheim, whatever you say.
You can go Jim Calhoun, really.
The Boeheim, I think he got 1 or 2 too, man.
He got 1 with Carmelo. That's it.
That's it? That's the only one he had? I feel like that motherfucker been coaching for a long ass time and only getting 1, man. So yeah, we narrowed it down, man. So all the rest of them cats kick rock. So where you going with Calipari? How many Calipari got?
Hold on. We still looking, man.
Calipari. No, I'm saying Calipari. Calipari. Man, I thought that dude from Syracuse had more. Man, we start looking this stuff up, man. This shit fuck you up a little bit here.
That's why it's so fucking hard to win. But it's hella hard to win, bro, because there's so much shit.
Yeah, it ain't that easy, man. Not the way they be making it, man.
Dude, they don't even have Rick Pitino as the coach.
Oh, for UMass?
No, I'm talking about for let's see.
Calhoun. And Coach K, man. I mean, a recent history, we just know Coach K. I mean, he just was the shit. That dude actually,
nigga,
coached the damn dream team and everything. He was the shit recently, man.
Did they take it away or something?
What the title for that whole scandal shit?
For all that? Yeah.
Probably, because I think he had to get like 2 of them shits, right?
Because he got
he had to get 2.
Because Montrezl Harrell was on that team. Fucking.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, bro. I know he got like 2.
Unless I'm crazy, I swear he got 2. I swear he got 2.
Yeah.
Nah, I think that's some funny business right there, man. Yeah, but that college basketball team, that shit is hard to do, man. Like to win like that shit is hard to do. With that tournament shit, the way they got that whole tournament shit, that shit crazy. Is Coach K still? He still coaching?
He got 2 national championships.
2, right? Yeah, that's what I thought, man. I know we ain't fucking crazy, man. Yeah, you got to have 2, man. Bobby Knight, Dean Smith. I don't know. I looked it up. I see. You remember Eddie Sutton?
Nigga, Jim Calhoun got 3. He got 3. So you probably got to put him in there.
Oh yeah, 3. Yeah, we got to. Yeah.
Remember I said that.
Yeah.
Remember I said Jim Calhoun, man. I said that.
Yeah, he not. Yeah.
Because John Thompson only got 1 too.
I felt like he had more than 1 though, man. He coached so many great players though, man.
Man, he didn't have that many great players, man.
He had
like a
great,
good 4-5 years. Like
he had great teams. He didn't have great players though.
Yeah, he did. He had like 4-5 years, but the teams weren't really together that long. When he got them, they weren't like all on the same team at the same time.
Yeah, see, he won one.
Ewan, Lonzo.
Yeah,
he won one. AI.
He won one in 84. He won one in 84.
Yeah, he had some people. He had some players. They just won. They won all together, man. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the college shit, man. That shit different, man.
Who else?
That's why Coach K is the shit. How many that dude got? He gotta have. How many he got? 4. He gotta have the most.
4.
Yeah, he probably gotta have the most out of all the cats we're talking about.
Because Dean Smith, how many Dean Smith has? Dean Smith. Oh, he only got 2.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so shit. Roy Williams might got to be before him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Coach K got to be that guy. Got to be that guy, bro. With all those championships, got to be that guy. Is he still coaching?
No,
Coach K still coaching? He retired, right?
He retired.
Then he went up and fixed the Olympics. Remember how they were looking and fucking that shit up?
Man, they was fucking terrible.
They get beat by when they lost to Puerto Rico. I think that was like, God damn, motherfucker got their ass whooped. It's like Puerto Rico and the goddamn in the Olympics and shit. Like, damn, the shit that got bad. I think Kobe showed up and Coach K showed up, straighten that shit out. Getting their ass whooped. And I think they ain't just lose, I think they got their ass whooped too.
Yeah.
Then they lost 2 games. They lost to Puerto Rico and somebody else. I can't think of who the fuck else they lost to. Fucking embarrassing. And I think Carmelo was on that team. I want to say LeBron was on the team. I think he was.
They didn't get no burn though. They didn't even give him no burn.
Who? Who else that? Yeah, they had to be on the team. If Carmelo was there, LeBron had to be on that team. They was on about the same time. Then Kobe showed up and a few other players, and that shit switched. I mean, still your boy Kobe still in the top 10, though. Kyle, sorry, still your boy.
Yeah, Roy Williams got like 3 national championships, bro. Yeah, you gotta give Roy Williams. You gotta put Roy Williams on there for sure.
Damn, he got 3. Okay, so Coach K, Roy Williams. So then we gotta knock somebody off.
No, we knocked 2. We knocked off. Because remember it was out of him. So this is what we're gonna do. This is what it is. So hold on, let me look up. Hold on, let's do John Wooden real quick because I know he had hell of them too.
Yeah, I don't know about Wooden. I just know he had a few of them things. I never seen him.
Shit, that motherfucker got 10 national championships. That nigga is number 1.
Oh my God, he got 10 of them shits.
Yeah,
but that's it.
I think, but you know, shit was different. But shit was different back then, though. You know what I'm saying? Shit was different back then.
10 of them, no. Shit.
Shit was way different back then. So what we gonna do? We gonna do this. Got Coach K. Wooden.
Yep.
Going John Wooden. God damn, shut the fuck up. We got John Wooden, Coach K.
Yep.
Roy Williams.
It's 3.
Let me see. I think Bill Self might have to be up there too. Let me see, because I think Bill Self got hella championships too with Kansas.
Yeah, you know what? That motherfucker might have sneakily got about 3 of them.
And they got a few of them shits, bro.
Yeah, he might have got about 3 of them shits. I forgot about them goddamn motherfucking, what they, the Jayhawks or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
That wooden shit, man, I don't know nothing about that shit. That shit was so way before our time, man. I don't
So yeah, Bill Self got 2 national championships.
Okay, he got 2. Yeah.
But see, Bobby Knight I think Bobby Knight had 2 too, though.
I put Bobby Knight over Sutton, man. He coached players. He coached. I think they were greater players. They later on became greater players. I just feel like he did it a little bit longer. I don't know. They kind of close. That's neck and neck. I guess it wouldn't really matter. We got to pick out one of them though. Only one of them can make it.
Well, Bobby Knight got 3, so shit.
I vote Knight. So we got Wooden, Coach K, Knight. Who else we got? We got 2 more spots.
Man, as much as I want to put a black person on there, dog, you really can't.
There. No, they ain't close to them kind of teams, man. They're not there. I mean, the best one we had was Thompson, and he only got 1 in all them years that he was there. And then you had Tartanian. If he would have actually fucking sealed the deal instead of dropping the ball, like, I don't know what the fuck was going on with him, man.
I mean, he won 2 championships. I think they won 1 or 2. Let me see.
They won 1.
I think they won 2, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they won 1, bro. Then they won 1, and they won that they was favoring, and they lost. They didn't even make it to like the end of that shit.
No, they lost to us.
I don't even think they made it to the end of that shit. The Tartanian fucked that shit up big time. I don't know what the fuck he was chewing on them goddamn towels. But ain't no black person that besides Coach Thompson, we gonna be able to get close to that list, bro. Not gonna happen. Yeah, no black people.
Yeah, that's right. You're right. He won 1.
He won 1 or 3?
He won.
1, right? I told you. Yeah, he should have won 2. He fucked that other one up, man. What the fuck he was doing? All the goddamn talent, he couldn't do nothing with it. He had Larry Johnson. He had Greg Anderson. And that squad that he lost with was like, damn, how the fuck did he do that? Which one you think is worse? That one or the Fab Five not winning the championship?
Say that one more time.
Which one you think is worse? The UNLV shit or the Fab Five in Michigan? Which one was worse of not with having all that talent and not fucking winning?
Man, but I think with the Michigan shit, man, they just got fucked over a few times, like as far as cause shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that Fab Five shit, man. Everybody, and they had everybody out there with the socks and everything on the basketball court, trying to look like the boys, and they winning and shit a break, man. They ain't do what they're supposed to do. Yeah. Who's the coach of that fucking Fab Five shit? That nigga need to be quiet to the front of the altar, man. Whoever that was.
Who?
Coach of that Michigan shit.
Oh, yeah.
Fab Five. You get it. That nigga need to be cussed out every day from that shit. I forgot who the fuck that was. But your boy messed that up, though, man. He kind of he fumbled that shit at the end, but that should have been the coach too calling the timeout. What was his name, man? The fucking big man. Fuck was the dude's name, man? I see his face. I can't think of his name. 5'5". Type of shit in. Shit bothers me now. Let's see what the fuck 5'5". Okay. Why the fuck did the queer eye come up? Okay. Jalen Rose, Chris Webber. That's who fucked it up. Chris Webber. Chris Webber fucked that shit up at the end, man. Yeah, he the one that fucked him over when he didn't take a time out and he did some dumb shit at the end of that. Hey, what happened to Ray Jackson, man? Did he ever do shit in the league?
You said who?
Ray Jackson was part of that 5'5".
Nah, man, he never got a chance. Just like Jalen Rose, I'm gonna give you the chance.
Yeah, because I don't remember him doing shit. Juwan Howard, he was decent. I don't remember him really doing that much or nothing. He was okay. And Jalen did his thing. Him and Jalen did his thing. Chris Webber did his thing. Yeah, but I think who the fuck was the coach for this motherfucking squad? Let's see who the coach was. It don't say who the name of the coach was. 1991, 91, 92. I didn't even know it was that year. 91, 92 year. I didn't even know who the fuck it was. Won the rematch. That was Ohio State that did ass, and it was North Carolina. Who beat them? Yeah, them boys. Fab Five. Who the fuck was the coach? Yeah, I think that coach get kicked out of here, man. Fab Five coach, I think he get kicked out of here. Between him and Tarkanian, you got to pick one, man. Fisher. Let's see. I think it says Steve Fisher here. Yeah, that's his name, Steve Fisher. That motherfucker. He got to go, Cal. So we got between Steve Fisher, who's over the Fab Five, and we got the UNLV Tarkanian dude who fucked it up. Well, at least Tarkanian won one, so Steve Fisher has got to get kicked the fuck out of here. Get out of here. Oh, let's say Alexa or somebody else. Which one is it? Yeah, Steve Fisher.